So a very good morning to you wherever you are following us here at the Progress Park playing field. We are witnessing the third place playoff, Idlers A versus Police. We can let you know that Idlers would have won the toss and elect to field. So you have just seen the first delivery being bowled there by Sherman Lewis. And there's a hit over a point, a cover position for 6. Good positive start by St. Clair. Again, looking to pull again, ball shortish in length. But certainly beautiful condition here at Progress Park, and we are expecting quite a keen contest in this first game today, the third place playoff between Police and Idlers A. It's my pleasure to welcome Pastor Stevenson Warm with us this morning. We probably will take the first part of it, and Stevenson, welcome.
Yeah, it should be a very interesting, enthralling contest today. Yeah, you can see, obviously, the intent of the opening pair in Hilaire and Charles. How important it is for them to get a good start, but they've got good conditions to play with. Raphael, the sun is out. We did have some overnight and early morning showers, which resulted in a bit of a delay, but the ground looks very good, in fine shape.
Yeah, we did actually have a look at the wicket, looking in really splendid condition. And one expect that the batters probably would be in a more advantageous position to take charge. As we have seen, Lewis just been a bit short, and the 4 deliveries have been bowled all on the short side. This one, again, just a bit of lapse there.
Yeah, a bit of sloppy cricket there by Idlers, which resulted in 3 runs. Ball that was glided down to third man. Yes, there were 2, because the fielder had to come across to his right for about 30 yards. But in the end, the return, the ricocheting, and the batsman came back for a third. But there didn't seem to be the sort of alertness that one expected at all from a team that has just gone out into the middle.
Again, as we see the first extra, continues to bowl pretty short. Probably would be better advice to more or less bring the ball up to the bat, and a ball going down the leg side. The umpire had no hesitation there to signal wide.
And he can move the ball, he can swing the ball. And when it's early like this, with the lacquer, the shine still on, this is a fine opportunity to bring the ball up. Pitch it up, pitch it up. You don't have to over pitch it. but certainly try to induce the batsman into a drive, get him onto the front foot. Well, first wicket going down, outside the off stump, and he just pushed a lazy batter that the ball took the outside edge, got behind.
Yeah, a rather poor shot there by Samuel. I think what would have happened there is, and his first delivery that he would have faced, I think that it was a slow delivery. And he just seemed to be, not sure whether he should play or not. And just push the batter to take seemingly the bottom part of the bat. And a rather simple catch to the keeper. You will be disappointed.
Yeah, really, just fanned at it in a laissez-faire manner. And there was a little bit of lateral movement away from the right-handed batsman. And just pushed lazily at it and the catch taken by stumps. But he should feel very disappointed with a poor effort.
Yeah, and you just made a point then, the ability of Lewis, as we know. He's a bowler that has the ability to move the ball. This one was further up. The only one that seemed he would have bring up to the bat a bit. And I think he disguised it well. And I think that Samuel was caught in two minds. And really, he was in no position at the end of the day. And really got the edge onto it and an easy catch taken. So you'd see the advent of Andrew Fletcher.
Yeah, most experienced batter for Police would take what might well be maybe a leg stump guard. But he has been in fine form, Andrew Fletcher, coming out from St. Vincent and the Grenadines in their local tournament. I think had a couple of centuries.
Well,
so he's in good nick.
That's good. I didn't follow that game, the games of the closely. Again, just
Yes.
sort of erratic bowling by Lewis. Again, short and wide, and another wide had to be called.
Yeah, so you see, he is in fact getting lateral movement. That's important, and getting a little bit of swing. Now, if he's going to drop that ball so short, even if there is swing attached to it and there is lateral movement, obviously it's going to go away. The batsman would not have to play. So he'll be advised to just bring that ball up a shade closer to the batsman. Yes, so Fletcher was able to get onto the back foot, had sufficient time to see the ball and open the face of the bat, glided down to a backward point. And they were able to cross for a single. The over has come to an end after the first over. Well, it's 12 for 1 Police, the wicket of Charles going in that over. So they've got off to a fairly fast start, rapid start. But they've lost the valuable wicket of Charles.
Samuel. Yeah. First over being bowled, 12 for 1, but I don't think that Lewis would be too happy in terms of how that over went. I think that there were two no balls, and I think with the exception of one delivery, all the other deliveries bowled in that over was short deliveries. And certainly he'd want to make sure that he can bring the ball up to the bat, give it an opportunity to swing. As you said, the sun is shining brightly, but you want to use the ball when it's new, just to give it an opportunity to move. I think he sort of wasted it in a sense, but was still lucky to pick up that wicket with the one that was up with a variation. So let's hope that just a warm-up over and coming from the second will be different.
Yeah, Marcel into the attack, bowling the second over. We talk about the conditions, of course, which are very, very good. Despite early morning showers, the outfield is rather lush green, except for the square, where, of course, the auxiliary pitches are. But by and large, conditions look good. just hope maybe for the love and passion of the game that we can have a good spectatorship during the course of the game. Come out and look for a good contest. Third place playoff between these two. Just a little adjustment, Raphael, with the cover fielder now going over to what would be a forward square leg, or rather mid-wicket.
Yeah, we're probably bowling just two feelers on the onside. I'm just looking at it now. It still just seem to be two feelers on the onside. So that's strange. I don't know if we are missing someone.
Yeah, there is a long on. More on the wider side, though. No. Is there? Yes, there is a wide long on.
It's pretty clear the focus would be off stump, just outside the off stump. Marcel, just about medium pace.
Yeah, I would even say military medium. Probably bowling just around in the early 70s of the back foot. He gets and he smacks that through extra cover, and that's gone away for 4. It was short enough. And onto the back foot he went, and he hit it hard all along the ground. But had sufficient power attached to it, and it went through the extra cover area for 4. Fine shot.
Yeah, superb shot by St. Clair. The second time we have seen him play this shot. The first one he went for 6. And this one, it really traveled really quickly. It actually went to just one bounce. It flew so quickly, just one bounce, and just went over the rope for 4. But good confident shot. And he seemed to be really prepared for those short deliveries, putting himself into good position. The race is at 13 with 2 boundaries.
Yeah, he is what could be called a veteran now. He's been around for quite a long time. You see, Clair has put on a bit of weight, I dare say. Of course, as you grow a little older, sometimes you tend to get a little on the weighty side. But he has always been, Raphael, a fine cricketer, one who loves his game. And he has carried that passion for cricket throughout his career.
Yeah, very committed, and he's come away from the on the 19th into the senior, has been really a committed player. And this is another superb shot that was clipped off the leg, really, and hit it over a backward square and sail over the rope for another 6. Again, St. Clair getting into really good position, and he clipped it really neatly and pick up another maximum. He races in 19 at the end of the second over, 23 for 1.
No, that was a fine shot. It was slanting down the leg side and got inside, used the tide and used the pace of the ball and lifted it over the infield and, in fact, over the boundary line, and it went for 6. That was a fine shot. Timed it well.
Yeah, his timing was superb. But I think what was good about it is his positioning. As you could see, that left foot came out there, and as it came into him, he picked it up. And really, all what was required was timing, and he timed it well. But you were making the point about St. Clair. As we know, even at on the 19 level, he was not as aggressive as he is now. So he would have grown. And now he becomes a very aggressive player. We have seen him score a few centuries, even in the St. David's League. So it's nothing new for him to score centuries in T20 matches. And the way that he starts here, you know, if he continues to bat as he's batting, I think he's in for good innings.
Yeah, really. He used to be a sort of stodgy grafter back then. Yeah, Fletcher is onto the back foot and pulling that out to mid-wicket. I think he tried to hit that too hard. There was a lot of bottom hand into the shot.
Yeah, and interestingly, we have seen just after 1 over from Lewis, Shaquem Charles off spin He has picked up the attack from the road end. And just seemed to, one of the players just seemed to be hit. That ball was pulled down to mid-on. And probably the player probably was just hit maybe somewhere, either the ankle or the knees. He's still lying on the ground as the player's just getting around. But again, just making a point that we have seen after the first over bowl by Sherman Lewis, which was a bit erratic, but most of the deliveries pretty short. We have seen the captain making a change and bringing on spin. The off spin of Shakim Charles. Just bowled his first delivery, pulled down to mid-on. There was no attempt of a run. The player at mid-on just seemed to be upped. So quickly spin has really been called upon, rather quickly.
Yeah, it's become almost a conventional way of playing the 2020 tournament. Back then, you waited until the shine was off the ball. Not these days.
Short hit down to mid-on, caught. Fletcher goes, caught in mid-on, another short delivery, and hit it down to that same fielder who was knocked before. And after juggling it a bit, was able to hold on. And certainly, Fletcher will be very disappointed. A short delivery, and was just able to hit it to the player at mid-on, who accepted the catch.
Well, that could be called irony, highly ironical, because the previous delivery, it was pulled along the ground, and the ball seemed to cannon into the knee of the fielder. And then this one, after a bit of a delay and ensuring that, the injury wasn't as bad as expected, the ball came in his direction again, did bobble it, about 2 or 3 attempts, and finally took it on that final, what you would call fatal attempt on the part of Andre Fletcher, and walked back disconsolately for 2. But this is a prize wicket in Fletcher going. Very, very important blow for Idlers.
Well, it has been a disappointing shot also. It was short and the ball was there to be hit. I think you can put that down to overconfidence. He just stood up and just swung. Not getting hold of it and hit it straight down to the mid-on fielder.
It's quite interesting because he picked the fielder out the second time, and a little bit to his right or left could have gone to the boundary. Just thought that Fletcher sought to hit that ball too hard. I think he saw it was slightly short, his eyes lit up, and the bottom hand came in very strong.
So 23 for 2, we enter the third over here, and Campbell replaces Fletcher. Another short delivery. We've seen a number of short deliveries being bowled, not only by the opening bowler in Lewis, but we have seen here Shakim Charles. He continues to bowl. Last 3 deliveries have been short delivery, 1 hit into the knee, next one being caught, and another short one that was hit down to mid-off.
Yeah. And the temptation is for a bowler, if you're being successful with those delivery that short, you'll continue in that mode. Let's see whether he's going to change the length.
Picked up. Oh, we come back to that.
Hits that inside out, and that's going to go all the way into the boundary, and that's 4 runs. But this one was was pitched further up, and he swung into it, and I think decided that he was going to open the face of the bat slightly, and it went down to the deep extra cover boundary for 4. It was a good shot, though.
Yeah, well played by Saint-Hilaire. He continues to pick up boundaries at regular intervals. Had to reach for it. Again, is an indication of how the pitch is played. He actually reached for it and he played through the line. So he has already picked up his 4 boundaries, 2 sixes and 2 fours.
Yeah, another short one that he was looking to tug through the onside. Took more the bottom part of the bat. So yes, at the end of the third over, 3 overs gone. It's 28 for 2. St. Hilaire is 23 and Campbell 1.
Yeah, good blow struck there by Adlers to remove Fletcher. Fletcher was caught by Alvin Marcel, old Shakim Charles. He's one of the mainstay. And police would have really would have ill afford to lose his wicket. But a good blow struck by Idlers as we head into the 4th over, 28 for 2. Police being sent into bat. Yeah, and condition continues to be very good here at Progress Park. Sun is shining brightly. As we see some change coming from this southern end or pavilion end. It's Delroy Nelson.
And they're ringing the changes, really, and it's a typical 2020 where you would change around your bowler so that batsmen don't get accustomed to any one bowler. Nice shot, just got right up onto the toes, and a la Gordon Greenwich just clipped that down to mid-wicket and got 2. Well played, it was right on top of it. Didn't try to hit it too hard. But his body position was really lovely. Campbell, good player.
Yeah, he also, Heron Campbell, came away from the under-15s. One remembers him at Windward Islands on the 15 team, played for Grenada under 15. Opening batsman. And really come through the system. Under 19 Grenada, then on to the Windwards under 19. I went on to the Grenada team. Actually captained the Grenada team at one time. Now he is the one of the selectors, Windward Island selectors. So he has really come through the ranks.
Yeah, fine player. Always felt that he had the potential to go further on. And the leadership capacity also, that was something that was identified in his cricketing career. And now he can, off the field, take on a leadership capacity within this electoral panel. Oh, that was close. That's going to go down to the boundary. It was short outside the off stump. He got a thick outside edge, Rifel. And there was a diving effort of the keeper. And wasn't able to pull that. If he had taken that, it would have been quite spectacular. Yeah. Matthew?
Yeah, and Sandler continued to score in boundaries. Again, the amount of short delays we have seen bowled by seems all the bowlers so far. He was really looking to hit it hard through the offside and peel off the outside edge with no force slip there.
Pulled in the air. That's going to go all the way over mid-wicket. That's a fine shot. It's gone all the way for 6, and it got the treatment it deserved because it was short, it was pullable. Onto the back foot, he went very quickly and lifted it over straight his mid-wicket. It went all the way for 6.
So again, we've seen consistent short bowling by all the bowlers. Short delivery, and St. Hilaire just rocking back and hit it over long with a great deal of ease. Picking up his third 6. He rushes to 33. That's one of the few deliveries that have been pitched up, where batsmen have been forcibly on the front foot. But very interesting start in terms of what we have seen from the bowlers. As I said, it's actually the first delivery. Any of the batter had to play on the front foot.
Yeah, it is so easy to pick up when it's that short, and because, of course, the placid nature of the pitch. Oh, notice again, that one was again pitched up. And those that have been pitched up, they've caused a bit of a concern. That one, the ball inadvertently going out on the offside. He was looking to work the ball on the onside. So some 4 overs gone is 41 for 2.
Yeah, and good variation shown there by Nelson. It was a slow delivery and just seemed to hold its own as Centre was looking to play on the onside, and it just seemed as though it's straightened. And play a sort of false shot. It was in no danger. No one was close to the bat, but it came off eerily on the offside. That's really important to note when the ball is being pitched up. You know, it seems as though it's a whole different matter.
Yeah, the police men, they've got healthy run rate in 10.25. That's very healthy indeed. They've lost a couple of wickets, but Saint-Hilaire is motoring on. What do you say to him? Take your foot off the pedal? I would say, you know, keep going.
He certainly has to keep going.
No.
Yeah, when you're in good touch, you've got to maximize it, take advantage of that good feel that you have, that form that you have. In the air, through backward point, that's going to peel its way to the boundary, 4 more. That's not where he really wanted to hit it, but it took the outer portion of the bat and it went over the infield, down to backward point for 4.
Yeah, he had the room there, so a safe shot to play. I think he really slashed at it and went way over the cover fielder and down to the boundary for yet another 4.
Yeah, so it's raining boundaries, really. Full toss. They get a single. Well, he may well feel a bit disappointed in that gamble, that he didn't make better use of that. And so how important it is, Raphael, to time the ball well rather than looking just for big shots. You know, it's all good to put shoulders into your shots, but if you don't time it.
I think most of the time is getting into the right position. And he was looking to pull that full toss, but certainly if you just get in the position and stroke it, you would have been in a better position to pick the gap.
We'll just have to wait to see whether it was pulled back clean. It looks that way. The ball was pulled back cleanly before going. The field, of course, going over the boundary line, but was able to pull it back before it crossed the boundary line. Good fielding, really good. That's what it's all about, making every effort to keep the ball from going over the boundary line. Sometimes desperation tackles. And of course, fielding these days, Raphael, has gone to another level.
Yes.
Let's go again. Let's go, Maxwell.
Many a batsman get caught right on the boundary. Catch taken, gone, caught at third man. Oh, he made room outside the leg stump and looking maybe to cut that through the outside. The outside edge was found and it went down to what you may call a fly slip or a third man area. The catch is taken. So the prize wicket of Saint-Hilaire goes. He's gone for 35. It's now 48 for 3.
And as you look at the replay there, this was fairly close. And again, we see some juggling by the fielder at short third man was able to pick up that catch. Again, I was just going back to your point in terms of the importance of timing. No, you find most of the batters tend to look for power, not getting into position. So if you not into the right position, you look for power, you more than often wouldn't get what you are looking to get from playing that shot because you are really not in a position and use a lot of force. It becomes so much easier if you get into position. All you do is placement and not looking for the power. But a good blow struck there. St. Clair, who was very attacking, I think thought that he tried to make a shot to the ball pretty close to him. And the only place he could have was to come up fine. And the short third man fielder was well placed there. And he played it down to the short third man.
That's very interesting, I can tell you, Rafael, because normally you will find the third man sort of right back, but found himself just about 2/3 of the way to the boundary and took a catch that came directly to him.
Yeah, and probably a little wider, but he was a bit straight.
Oh, Hanky was delighted when he took it, tumbling over in the end.
But again, we see that wicket falling again of a short delivery.
The new batsman, Josh Noel, had to face just a one delivery because the wicket fell with the fifth ball in the over. So after some 6 overs gone, Police, they're 48 for 3. They've got a good, healthy run rate of 9.93, but they've lost 3 very important wickets in the process.
Yeah, I do believe they have lost some important wickets. Samuel Charles, as we know, national player. And then they would have lost Andrew Fletcher, not only a national player, West Indies player. And then St. Clair, who seemed to be doing very well, he went in the last over. So 48 for 3, I think Idlers will feel pretty comfortable despite the scoring rate. But they have been picking up wickets. Despite the bowling was more on the shorter side, they would be happy to see the back of both Fletcher and St. Clair.
So Campbell taking strike. Just turns the ball up to mid-wicket rather comfortably. And right over the top of the ball. Gets a single, brings Josh Noel into strike. So it's now 49 for 3, at least the first landmark, which is the 50. Just a 1 run away from it.
I think Idlers now would be looking to kind of tighten things a bit. Now, the attacking player in St. Clair is no more there.
I'll get a leg by, ball taking the pad. Confirmed now by the umpire, dribbling out on the onside, and Matthew from behind the stumps, run around, peeling off the right glove. But it was a comfortable, non-dangerous single. 50 now posted, 50 for 3, coming up in the 6th over. Oh, that's hit down to the mid-wicket area and would get 4. It was airborne, but there is a deep backward square and a mid-wicket, and it went between both fielders, and it went over the boundary for 4. It's a fine shot. Just got inside the line and lifted it nicely. Used the tide of the ball and also, of course, the wrist, and lifted it nicely down to the deep square leg area. And 4 runs to Campbell, which of course pushes him up now to 14. Driven for a comfortable 2.
Yeah, so we see Nelson bringing the ball in from off the leg. And Campbell playing the first shot through backward square, forward square leg for 4. He clipped it really well. And this final delivery again coming into the bat, and he pushed it down to that mid wicket and was able to pick up 2 runs. Pretty strange feel on the leg side there. Just one person mid wicket in the normal position. And then we have a forward square leg on the boundary and a long one which is wide on the boundary. A very, very strange leg side feel.
Yeah, the acres of space is really to pick up singles and twos. And one clip down to the long leg area is pulled back just inside. They will come back for the second run as the return, which is flat. One bounce into the gloves of Matthew, so they get 2. I don't think you'd want to call this disciplined bowling, although 3 wickets have fallen. But they've not really been a model of accuracy.
Yeah, I think if it's one downside with the bowlers, we can speak about that for the first half. No, we just gonna have the completion of the 6 over again ball. He playing with the tide as it comes into him down to that backward square fielder for 1. In terms of the line and the length that they have been bowling, we have seen all the bowlers being guilty of bowling very short, and we concluded 6 over 61 for 3, bowling very short. And we have seen in that over Nelson continues to straight down the leg side, which gives the batsman the opportunity of a free hit. And they would have taken advantage of it. Recently in particular would have really taken advantage of that. And now we see Campbell picking up boundary and picking up a 2. So he goes on to 21. And the run rate is still at 10.17. Yeah, pretty healthy run rate.
Yeah, just looking at the ground, Raphael, and the transformations that we've had over the years. This is one of the premier grounds here in Grenada. But it has been around for quite a long time. Just a question I need to pose to you. Because, of course, you're much more knowledgeable than I am. Ball tugged down to long on and will get a comfortable single. Campbell. The position of the pitch, was it always north-south?
Yeah, you're certainly right, not
It was always
south.
not.
That's what it's supposed to be, not south.
I'm just wondering whether in the earlier days of Progress Park, whether it was a sort of east to west. I probably got that wrong.
Well, as far back as I can remember,
It was not to south.
it has always been north to south coming from the road. And yeah, it has always been north to south, which is the right way wicket should be built. And, you know, obviously that's in because of the sun, you want to make sure that is built in such a way that it would not affect the batsman with the sun. You look at the stadium, you look at Lassages, most of the wickets, or the international wickets, are really not to south. St. Vincent, you look at Roseau Dominica, you look at St. Lucia, Darren Sammy, they're all not to south. And that's that's how they ought to be, really. But they are wickets that is not to south again, and maybe some because of the field.
Indecision, the return comes in, just managed to get there.
Because of the field, maybe the construct of this particular facility, for instance, Mendufile Park. That one is not to south, but it's the other way. And again, it's how the area is structured. The pavilion close to the road, and then obviously you have the rest of the building to the left of it. So that one is really not the ideal direction that it's supposed to be.
Yeah, and of course, as you explained, the rationale for that, of course, with the setting sun, if the pitches are east to west, it will create real havoc for the batsman going, ball just pushed out on the offside. just in front of square. Another single by Campbell. So he's gone nicely to 24. And after some 7 overs, it's Police 66 for 3.
Well, coming back to the facility, and as you stated, I think, this Progress Park facility is in really good condition. We look at the outfield, it's fully grass, look pretty even. Even though we had some rain this morning, it looked really in good condition, and the pitch is also in good condition. So one has to give credit to the ground staff who have been in charge of this facility. There are 2 facilities, as you know, that have been upgraded for the World Cup in 2007, which was Progress Park and Lassages. And they continue to stand out in terms of the quality of the fields. And I think credit must be given in terms of how the field is being kept, particularly when there's any major game being played. Today is no exception here at Progress Park.
Yes, it's quite a challenge, of course, to maintain good standard of ground. So your ground staff got to be working consistently. It's almost a daily situation to ensure that there is good equilibrium and the facilities are maintained. It's quite a task, but committedness is so important. Pull down to the mid-wicket area, wideish long on rather. Return comes back to the bowler. Good service. The batsman crossed for 1.
So that's Michael John. He has just taken over the attack from Nelson. And again, seemed to be an off-spinner. Started again on the short side. Left arm.
Left arm orthodox.
Another short delivery. Hit down to forward square. Field on the boundary. Just another single. So there's something about the short bowling this morning.
Yeah. I mean, some of them just gripping that ball too tight. Of course, the tighter you grip the ball is the greater the tendency to be short.
I think it also has a bit to do with your approach to the wicket, how you run up the ball. Look at this one. You could see that even his movement, his run up to the wicket was not fluent, was not rhythmic. So really, at the point of delivery, he was in a position to control where the ball pitches. So your delivery, your run up to the wicket does have a part to play in terms of your line and your length. Again, it just seemed to be just forcing. So
yeah, you're right. How important it is to have rhythm and smoothness of approach to the wicket. All of those combined factors will depend on how well you bowl a ball. Pulled up to mid-wicket, Matthew having to run from behind the stumps. Had to do a lot of coverage to get there. And you would have thought maybe the mid-wicket fielder would have been charging off the boundary. So the over comes to an end. Some 8 overs gone, 71 for 3. And the run rate has been just pulled back a bit. It's now 8.88.
Yeah, and John going just for 5 runs in that particular over. In singles, really. But again, as I said before, it's just a look at his approach to the wicket. And I think if they can iron that out, you probably will find them being able to maybe pitch, bowl the length they want to bowl and probably the line. But not much from the left armer. Just trying to put it there and thereabout this first over.
So these two would have to bring some sort of restoration here in Noel and Campbell. Partnership dominated by Campbell. It's now 23. And Campbell has, Josh Noel rather has 4 out of those 23 runs.
So we seen Marcel. He had bowled his first over. He went for 11 from the southern end. He's coming now from the northern end. And that one looked pretty close. Ball hit in front. Lot of appeal there. And I think the only thing about this, probably the movement that he got, probably could have taken past the leg some. But the umpire is in umpire Freezer from Carriacou.
Yeah, it really was a vociferous appeal. Confident one, too. Thought about the second run. Early you could hear in the stump microphone, two's the call.
Yeah, probably if we was able to see the replay, would have been a better position. But good shot. But the ball did swing a long way from outside the off stump. I think that probably was in the mind of umpire Fraser. Again, you could see the movement with the hand, the ball swinging. And he's getting it to go down the leg side because of his delivery, his arm delivery. He just needs to get that arm coming closer, maybe closer to his ears, so that he will get the kind of length, the kind of line that you want to get.
And there is a breeze that is going from east to west. Lifts that down to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and he gets 4 runs. Sort of used his feet, advanced, and lifted it nicely. So,
yeah, good shot by Campbell. Sort of opened up himself a bit, so he was able to get that bat to flow and hit it over extra cover, which is vacant, and picking up another boundary that brings his score to 32.
yeah, he was not afraid to advance down the pitch. It was not a big advancement, just a little chip.
Again, so we saw clearly the movements. He stood there and trying to drive with the ball coming into him. So he was not close to it. So as it came in, it just went bubbling down, going down on the leg side. All needed to get a little bit closer. So at least you could get in a better position to stroke that ball. That delivery you were looking to hit through the covers.
Yeah. Clip down to the...
Sort of bad miss there by the fielder at long on. A slower delivery, and the fielder at long on really should have come in to take that catch. He just stood back and the ball dropped and bounced past him. You see a little disappointment with the bowler there. Better effort should have been made there.
Yeah, and more salt into the wound because it went past him and into the boundary for 4. So some 9 overs gone, 82 for 3. Noel is 9. Campbell is motoring along. He's gone to 33. And then the run rate has just gone slightly up again. It's 9.11.
Yeah, so we are not seeing the best in terms of the fielding performance of the Idlers team. We saw 2 catches being taken, and we saw the jugglers. They was able to hold it, which is important. But even the fielding, the movement towards the ball, that feel at long and they really should have come in to get both hands to that delivery. And that was not done and conceded a boundary.
Keep working, boom. Keep working, boom. Empire.
Just need to step up a bit in terms of the feeling. Remember that they won the toss and sent police into bat. So you want to make really maximum use
Of your decision.
Yeah, and whatever support you could get from the wicket, you want to make sure you have the first choice.
Wide just confirmed by the umpire. Bad delivery sinking down the leg side.
Again, just looking at John approach to the wicket. Just seem not sure how you want to get up to that delivery stride. 1.
Well, ball hit down to mid-wicket. And fielder running across to his right. I don't think the bowler will be very happy about that. I think you saw his gesticulation to suggest, hey, that should not have gone over the boundary line, but it did. Admittedly, it was to the right, but should have done much better with that. Slow ball.
Yeah,
Looking to hit that over long on.
yeah, no position in there.
Yeah, must have lost his shape too.
Yeah, and as you could see, he's just pulling away. So you really wouldn't get the kind of power that he should be getting into those delivery. Yeah, as John is really looking to bring the ball back into the right-hander.
Hit down to long on. Single comfortably taken. So in over number 10, this should be the final delivery in the over coming up. There is a steady breeze from sort of southeasterly to northwesterly. Ball driven up to long off. Bouncing over the bowler's head on his follow through. So the over comes to an end. So some 10 overs gone. And Police sent into bat their 93 for 3.
Yeah, good going, 10 overs, good scoring rate. Campbell on 38 and Josh Noel is on 14. They continue to be really scoring at a very good rate. I think aided by some poor feeling. But Idlers would be probably a little disappointed with the sort of feeling that they are seeing. But, you know, they still have time just to pick up wickets. And if you pick up wickets, you slow down the scoring rate. Police, on the other hand, would be feeling better and better after losing those two important wickets of St. Clair and Andre Fletcher. And 93 for 3 after 10 overs, just at the halfway stage.
There has been a reduction, Rafael, in the overs, I think, because of the late start. So I think it's now gone out to a 15 overs contest.
See, we're into over number 11. Lewis, they're using a lot of variation. This was a slower delivery and down one was up to the bat. And Campbell went past the bat of Campbell. I think he was too early into the shot.
Yeah, well, brought back for his second over. His first went for 12 and did, in fact, pick up the wicket of Charles. It's Shaman Lewis. Driven down to deep extra cover, but he's got to use his experience here. Lewis did play at the highest level. Represented the West Indies in that tour to India. Can't remember the year, but it wasn't a very good spirited bowling attack of the West Indies then. No, they've gone for one. Thought about the second ball, taking the inside portion of the bat and going down to just behind square on the leg side. Got a single. So this is a very good partnership. The 50 partnership posted between these two, in Noel and Campbell. Campbell 38, Noel 19. Campbell taking strike. Here's Lewis from the far end. His final few overs very crucial to both teams. Clipped. through the onside and brings up another boundary. That was, there is in fact a deep mid-wicket, and there is a long on, and he was able to go to the right of mid-wicket. Hit very nicely and will come very confidently to his Campbell. He's now motoring on. He's gone to 42. He's looked good. The 100 is now posted, 102 for 3. So another milestone for police. I think they'll want to get up to 10 runs per over. They'll feel a bit more comfortable with that. Having to chase in the air, that's going to go straight and catch has been taken, hasn't it? Yeah. And there isn't much of a celebration. Was it taken?
I'm not sure. I think it went away from him.
Went away from him, did it?
I think he was slow in moving there and had to stretch. And that went to one bounce over the roof for another 4.
Didn't even see the umpire signal, so apologies for that. But Campbell has gone to 46, inching to a half century. Looking this time to turn it out on the onside, about near cannon into the hip area. Matthew from behind the stumps having to go across to his right. But sufficient time to get the single. So some 11 overs gone. It's 107 for 3.
Yeah, very good recovery from my police. Had one seat, 48 for 3. So these two would have added some 59 runs. And Campbell is on 47, looking to get to his 50. 19, Josh Newell. So they are looking to really make maximum use for the last few overs. It hasn't been the best sort of bowling from the Idlers team. And the feeling has not been at the best.
Yeah, not good old cricket. And as you did say, the bowling has not been steady. To even say more, not really penetrative. I think the batsmen who fell will chide themselves for having played bad shots.
But just to confirm, Sherman Lewis, as he said, would have made his debut against India on the 4th of October 2018. So just going on to 7 years playing in India. That has played for Windward Volcanoes. Windwards.
Yeah, he had showed such great promise earlier on, Raphael, and promise enough to have made it at the highest level, but didn't really go on. And as to whether it has to do with work ethics, I don't know, but got a good opportunity that he didn't really capitalize on. That delivery
taken at extra cover on the boundary. Again, Lewis. Campbell looking to clear the boundary there, not be able to, and the fielder coming around. Judge it well. We probably just give it the name of the catcher in a while, but good catch taken on the extra cover boundary.
Must be disappointed. Would have indeed loved to get a half century. Fell short by 3, 47. And another wicket going down. But Campbell was looking pretty good, and it was so important for him to stay there. Very good catch, right on the boundary line, so to speak.
Yeah, did play a good hand. I just thought that most of the sometimes he just looked to force. He seemed looking to force the pace, and I think he just needed to get into position quicker. Certainly would have eased him up some big drives that he played, and the ball didn't go anywhere. And again, it was based on his positioning. But played a good hand. He went for 47. And John picking up his first wicket, going for 16. He's into his third over. And he can be bowling to Dylan Joseph.
Who gets off the mark right away. So a lot would depend on Joseph now, who's 19. To be positive, not rash. Gets a single as he pushed the ball out to forward square leg.
Yeah, so Lewis was first played for the Winod Island squad, 2019. And then onto the Volcanoes. But as you said, his cricket has not come on as we expected. When we first saw him, actually, he played for SAS, not SAS, but GSS. And that is where we actually spotted talent. Had everything look right in terms of his run-up and his delivery and so forth. And that sort of propelled him. From there, he went on, played for the under-19s and then onto the Grenadier team. And has shown, has the ability to move the ball both ways. That was his asset, being able to move the ball both ways. But lately, it just seems to have fallen back a bit. Whether or not he's looking for too much pace, but I think one of the weak areas of his bowling has been the short stuff, consistently being short, and we have seen it here today. He does have the ability to use quite a lot of variation, the slow delivery and so forth. Maybe it goes down to the work that he does. As you read, he should probably work ethic. Because you can have the talent, but you have to really work hard at it. You have to train hard, do a lot of practicing. And sometimes one give the impression that he's not as fit as he should be.
Yeah, and of course, the game of cricket demands being fit. John is from the far end. Well bowled, just about middle and leg. And did push Noel onto the back foot, played the ball back to the bowler, who gleefully accepted. 109 for 4. Hard to say whether you call this even, Stephen, but I think if I were on the Idlers team, I would feel happy with this. Will get an overthrow here. No, decided against it. Alertness on the part of Matthew, the keeper. You could see that he enjoys his game. There's no question about it.
Yeah, he does. A very committed player. He also played for the Grenadier under 19 at one time.
Yeah, you want to see those sort of energy and effort on the team, on the field, where players would dart after the ball, restricting what should be twos into ones, taking catches, always on the move. Those are elements of energy that you look for in very good fielders. And very often, you don't give credence to players like that who are always bubbling on the field. Cuts well, fine shot behind point, 4 runs, lovely shot. He got up onto the toes and he cut that well.
Yeah, that's a superb shot. Again, you've seen the sort of ill-disciplined bowling there. Short delivery, lifting, and Joseph in good position. Just stood up and placed it neatly over the backward point fielder. And Just raced down to the boundary for 4. Again, the short bowling continues from Lewis. Let's see what he will do with this one.
Slow one, it looks like. Making room outside the leg stump is Joseph. Well bowled. Good thought going into his bowling. And how very important it is for bowlers not to be predictable.
Yeah, and this is what you need to see from his experience. Lewis, a lot of variation, a lot of thinking. So you know you're not expected to get the same delivery all the time. Superbly struck.
Might have gone all the way, yes, confirmed by the umpire. Just made a little bit of room outside the leg stump, and that one was pitched up right in the slot. And he hit it and lifted it straight over the bowler's head. And that went for 6. That was a lovely shot, Rick. It really was.
That's a tremendous shot. Could be the best shot of the match. He really just opened himself a bit so he was in real good position to swing that bat and stroke it straight back.
Yeah, seeking to make room outside the leg stump again. This time pulled back in length, a bit shorter. And could do no more than jab it out into the offside. Yeah, that previous delivery, it's not the sort of good feeling that a fast bowler would get, really, to see that ball sailing over his head, even before he could complete his follow-through.
And you could see it was all about timing.
Yes, it was.
He gets it a real nice position and just stroked it. Time it went sailing back over his head. Okay, good thinking, slow ball, good thinking. Joseph again pulling away, looking to repeat that shot.
So Lewis a bit expensive. The over coming to an end. 13 overs gone, and it's 121 for 4. Lewis 3 overs, no bins, picked up 1 for 38.
Yeah, I think Polish should still feel a bit comfortable in terms of where they're at. In terms of they have kept up the scoring rate. It's now 9.31. So they'll want to really aim to probably get close to 150 at the end of the inning. Maybe a 140.
Yeah, if they get to 150 or 140, it's going to be a challenging one for idlers, but the surface is good. And whether they've got the fire to challenge it, but runs on the board, as they always say, the old-fashioned cricket cliche, runs on the board, already runs on the board. Nelson is brought back into the attack before this. 2 overs, no wins, none for 25, a bit expensive. It's going to be in now to bowl his 3rd over. Noel, who is 21, taking strike. Wide confirmed by the umpire. An attempted slow ball. I don't know if you may want to call it an attempted slow ball because he's just brought back into the attack on his first delivery. But I think the batsman anticipated the ball to come on much faster. Hit down the ground. It's a single down to long on. The long off fielder coming around. Brings now Joseph into strike.
Joseph has played a pretty good hand since he come in. He's very clear that he's going to put back the ball.
Yeah, he's got to do that now. Yeah, there's a call for two, but ball pushed down to the deep extra cover area. Just a single. So very important, the back end of the innings for batters. Not just to hit boundary, but important to take quick singles and turn one into twos. Advancing down the track, doesn't cue it all that well, but can get two. They've got to hurry. The return is going to come, well, didn't really come keenly to the keeper, who is very disappointed with that. And that's how important it is to have, to run your first run quickly. And they did that, put that extra pressure on the fieldsman. Very often, the mature fieldsman will take his eyes off the ball, overrun it. Push down to mid-wicket and another comfortable single. So you'd want to finish this over well. Good delivery, bit of inward movement there.
Yeah, he's into just one delivery to complete his third over. He's gone for 31 so far.
Bit expensive, but I thought that he came back pretty well in this over.
Yes, captain very quiet here. You see Joseph continuing to pull away. Probably trying to make room to hit the ball through the offside. Again, short delivery, hit down to backward point, over backward point for four. Really sort of a disciplined ball in there and give the batsman the opportunity to pick up yet another boundary. So we have 14 overs concluded. 131 for four, Josh Newell on 25 and Dylan Joseph on 20, quickly on 16. Partnership is now, what, 24? And they're going at 9.36.
Yeah, pretty decent scoring rate. And as to whether they're happy with 121 at the end of the penultimate over, we're not too sure, but it's a good working total. It's hard to really determine, well, whether this is what you may call a big total. But if you're going at 9 per over, I think you could feel happy with it. Anything beyond that is healthy or healthier.
Yeah, it's 131, so they're actually going over 9. If they continue with that rate, they will get to 140.
Hit over the bowler's head and single, so Cutty Rennie, bowling from the far end. It is first over. Well, it's going to be the only over he'll bowl. Looking to make room outside the off stump is Joseph. Caught that through the offside, doesn't make contact. Matthew standing up. taken behind the stumps.
Just really give the impression that he really enjoys the game, Matthew.
Oh, yes. Well, they go to for the single. There was a bit of hesitation, but in the end, got there quite comfortably. So
Yeah.
Rennie has kept it quiet so far with the 3 deliveries he's bowled, just 2 runs yielded. Good start. Pulled down to deep forward square. The return comes into the keeper's end. So restricting the batsman just to 1.
Yeah, a bit of a poor run in there. That ball going to mid-wicket. The fielder had some running to do, some 10 yards, and really they should have forced to come back for a second run. Just looking pretty disappointed.
Well, what a comedy of errors. It really should have been a run out. The batsman had come up far away, the non-striker that is, and my golly, should have been run out.
Well, it should have been a catch. I was put down in that short tournament position. And then the fielder having recovered the ball, threw it at the non-striker.
Yeah.
There was no one there. So we're getting up to that 140, 139. This one was stroke down to long off. Cross the road for 4.
So, interesting way to complete the 15 overs. Of course, remember that there was a bit of adjustment, having had a late start. So 15 overs completed. Police 139 for 4, 139 for 4, with Noel not out 31, Joseph not out 18. Good partnership of 32. And run rate of 9.27. So the victory target for Idlers would be 140 of 15 overs. A good score, a good challenging score.
Yeah, that should make for really good competitive, good competitive game. Idlers 140 will feel that they can make it. But certainly the game is in an interesting position. It can go anywhere. Police will feel, comfortable 139 for 4 as runs on the board, and there's something called scoreboard pressure. Idlers will have to go and bat, not avoid losing only wickets. Just put the team in a position so that they can really make a serious effort to get to the score of 140, which is required for victory. All in all, has been good batting by Police after they would have lost 2 of the top players in St. Clair and Fletcher. But we saw Heron Campbell playing a good innings. And we saw Josh Newell coming in and some assistance. 31 not out, Dylan Joseph 18 not out. And they ended with 139 for 4. That really should give them the confidence that they can. They will be able to avoid Idlers getting to that 140 for victory, which is required.
So Samuel Charles caught Anil Matthew of the bowling of Lewis without scoring. Fletcher caught Marcel, bowled Charles 2. Nicosi St. Hilaire caught Hankey, bowled Charles 38. Heron Campbell caught substitute of the bowling of John for 47. Noel not out 31. Dylan Joseph not out 18. 139 for 4. 139 for 4 of an abbreviated innings, 15 overs bowled. And just looking a little at the bowling figures, Lewis, 3 overs no miss, 1 for 35. Alvin Marcel, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 22. Shakim Charles, 3 overs, no maiden, 2 for 17. He's bowled well. Delroy Nelson had none for 35 of 3. Miguel John, 1 for 18 of 3. And Cutty Reddy, who bowled a very good last over, just a 1 over for 18. So 139 for 4, 139 for 4, 15 overs. And of course, Idlers will think they've got an opportunity. They've got to score 140 for victory. And we'll be on hand, of course, to bring you the run chase.
So back at Progress Park, we are about to see Idler's reply. They are to get 140 for victory. Police would want to restrict them from getting up to 140. First deliveries is played down to a shot mid-on. The fielder at mid-wicket have to run to his left. Anil Matthew off the mark.
Feel of ball hitting leather off the middle early.
Good movements there by Laurie Williams. Left arm, and we know that he's a sort of bowler that not very quick, but do seam the ball about a bit. And we see him coming over the wicket, coming in from the northern end or the road end, and bringing the ball back into the right-handed hitter. Again, really good movement, making it difficult for Hitel. Has made a pretty good start as Williams.
It just seemed to cramp Hitlal. Might have been a bit of inward movement too. Gone are the days when the left arm seamer would just bring the ball across the right-handed batsman. Now you can jag it back in. They've got to hurry. The return goes into the non-striker's end. They get a single. There was some element of danger there, though.
Yeah, the natural movement for the left-hander is to get the ball going away from right-handed batsman. As see, Williams do have that ability to bring it in, and this is when it's dangerous, when you can bring it back into the batsman. And he has been doing that consistently in his first over. As this delivery is played in mid-wicket, they pick up again another single. It's 3 without loss.
Contrasting, of course, to Lewis, who bowled the first over for Islanders, which was generally short. Williams is bringing the ball up. Shot outside the off stump and got onto the back foot and just cut that one. Fine shot and pierced the offside field. And that went away to the boundary for 4, just as we were applauding him in bringing the ball up. But this time much too short.
Yeah, bad delivery given the right treatment. It was short. And it also really all over this on top of it. And with no difficulty, hit it to extra cover position and down to the boundary for 4. Good, confident shot. But again, it still has been a good over at the end of the first over. It's 7 without loss with Anil Matthew on 2 and Hitel on 5. But generally, it has been a good over. With the exception of that last delivery.
Yeah, it's just marred by the final delivery of the over. And so important it is to make sure that you end well. You can start well, but you've got to maintain consistency. And that last delivery sat up there and he was able to cut it square and got 4.
Yeah, always the final analysis is how you end. It's to end well. And William was not able to complete that over as he expected. But as you said, very different as we see Amikel Dubisset going to take up the attack from this southern end.
Pulls well, fine shot, and that's going to go for 4. Through mid-wicket, it was short. Onto the back foot went Matthew. And he pulled it through mid-wicket for 4. Fine shot. So
yeah,
it's gone to 6 and it's now gone to 11 without loss.
Yeah, lovely shot by Matthews. Short delivery and really deserved the treatment that he got. And he got into his wicket, kept it all along the ground.
And with a vacant mid-wicket position there, he reached down to the boundary for 4. Again, good confident start.
Batan body, hold it, hold
Larry,
it, batting.
Amical Dubisset, another of that medium pace bowler who used a lot of guile. Again, we have seen it in this delivery. Matthew was only into the shot.
Shot, yeah, shot.
They actually, the ball didn't reach him as he played the shot.
Yeah, it was a slow delivery and pushed a little further outside the off stump,
Easy punch,
which
brother.
made it difficult for Matthew to negotiate. Good thinking there on the part of Dubisset.
And that's the sort of player Dubisset is. You know, he thinks well. Hit down to long on, and that goes way over long on for 6. And how easy was that as he picked it up, as it came into him and lifted it over long on.
Oh, yes, no, that was a lovely shot. It really was. And he didn't lose his shape whatsoever. Hit it from about 5 inches from the base. And used the little inward movement and just turned the wrist on it nicely. Didn't try to hit it too hard, but the timing was superb. And it yielded 6. Well played, Matthew.
17 without loss. We're in the second over. Matthew on 12. Hittel on 5.
Murray, come on, man!
And
Come on, man!
again, hit down to long on position for 4. Again, beaten there. Slower delivery. Bowled that by Dubisset. Again, Matthew was only into the shot. And one felt that I feel in mid-on they should have done quite a lot better in coming in to make that a catch.
Yeah, really should have. And one wonders too, because he is not right back on the boundary. And I think his whole body language suggested, hey, I should have done better than that. Dubisset is not very happy either.
So that's Ricardo Murray at mid-on.
You get a comfortable single. So it's turning out to be a rather expensive over. This is the final delivery coming up. It's none for 15 so far of his 5 deliveries to be set. You've got to be backed up by your fielders. It's critically important. Slow delivery outside the off stump. Turned out to be a good final delivery. Over comes to an end. 22 without loss. 22 without loss. And 2 overs gone. So this is a good start by Idlers.
Yeah, good start by Idlers A. And in Matthew, picking up a few boundaries. Hittel also picking up a boundary. Matthew on 17 and Hittel is on 5. Partnership, they are 22 without loss. So really is a good start, good confident start, even though we would have seen a very good over bowl by Williams in his first over. Dubisset here going for 15. This is unlike Dubisset. So one expect you're probably going to see him come back and really show the quality bowler that he is. But a good start by Idlers A.
Oh, yes. They've not lost a wicket.
Stop it, Meng.
A lovely shot for 4. Again, hit really nicely past the mid-off fielder. It was rather deep. And that ball to his left, he had no chance. And another good shot being played there by Anil Matthew picking up another boundary.
Yeah, well, they're really motoring here at 26 without loss and just in over number 3. So they're scoring at 12 runs per over. I think way above what is required. And I don't see them taking the feet off the pedal at all. Off the back foot, punch through the offside. They could come back for the second. They are going to come back for the second. The return comes into the keeper and they get 2. Well played and good running too.
Yeah, good batting there. He was really in control. Played it between the cover and extra cover fielder who had some running back to do, and they pick up 2 more runs. Good confident start by Matthew.
Catch it. Run back, good.
And the cover fielder goes wrong. It's over his head.
Keeper hard.
And
Back up.
pick up another 2.
Well, they've really come out all guns blazing. More so Matthews galloped on to 25 and the total was pushed on to 30 without loss. They're really going after this total uninhibited. Driven down to long off and gets a comfortable single.
Okay, senior.
Here, Matthew in a really attacking vein. Anything pitch up, he's not afraid to go after it. Hitel. He's on 5. Matthew on 26.
Catch now, catch. Come in hand, man. Come in hand, man.
And taking it at long off. Again, Hitel looking to clear the long off area. Again, not being able to clear there. Again, variation in the bowling of Williams. Only succeeding in that ball going down to the fielder feeling at long off, who came in and take a simple catch.
Yeah, but Raphael, I'll be critical of Hitler. And I say critical from the context that Matthew is really pushing along. Your scoring rate is about 11. So you don't have to do anything rash. All you need to do, stay there. You can pick up a single or 2, as the case may be. And with Matthew going so very well, there's no real need to attempt the big shot. And he decided that he was going to go for the big shot and brought about his demise.
That's a weakness, batsmen in terms of the decision to make when the decision is being made. Not all the time you have to go looking to take the skin off the ball, but sometimes you push it around. And yes, that ball was pitched up, but it was a slower delivery. And he didn't pick it up, just looking to go straight. And only succeeded in getting down to long off. So a good break by police there. This pair was going rather rapidly. We are still into the third over, 31. Hitel going there for 5. Dondi Lessie replaces Hitel. Good line again by Williams. As he concluded the second over, he also picked up 1 for 17 in 2 overs. 32 for 1, and Il Matthew on 26. Unless he just come into bat, he's on 1. And Idlers trying to get up to 140 for victory. So Amikel Dubisset from this southern end of commentary booth end, sporting shot number 10. He went for 15 in his first over, so he'll be coming in for his second over.
I want to redeem himself in this second over. The first one was expensive. Now, that's not how he's going to do it. Ball sinking down the leg side, full toss. He just helped on its way to backward square and yielded 4 runs. Bad delivery there, unless he took advantage and just clipped it behind square for 4.
Yeah, all out was necessary, unless you just had to get back onto that one. Bad delivery. You can see as though he looked there to take pace off, but probably just slipped on the wrong line, and Leslie played down to a forward square leg.
Yeah, he's got to be careful to be set, Raphael, because he does believe in variety. Takes pace off the ball. Wide ball down the leg side. But in taking pace off the ball consistently, then you can also become predictable.
Yeah.
And whereas, indeed, pace of the ball is very important, but you've got to do that in a very selective manner. You've got to be prudent in doing it, and don't allow the batsman to be able to predict what you're doing. Much better line, much better length. Although the batsman got a single. Messi just pushing out into the offside. But the scoring rate is rather healthy now. It's 11.40. So they're above the asking rate. I think Idlers will be happy with the score, the start that they've got here at 38 for 1.
Yeah, lovely shot. Short delivery. And hit down to that extra cover position. And let's see, probably just... it was just stopped just inside the boundary there. The fielder from long off having to run to his left. So another 2 runs to Anil Matthew. He goes to 28. Let's see, on 6:40 for 1.
You know, they've got opportunity to go back for the second run, and that might go all the way. In fact, it does go all the way for 4. It didn't look like that for a fleeting moment. It looked as though there would be only 2. But the timing, I would think, was pretty good, and the outfield fast enough carried it over the boundary line. So 4 more to Matthew, who's now gone on to 32, 44 for 1.
Yeah, and again, a ball from Dubisset coming into the right hander. Matthew, I think, was looking to hit it a little bit straighter. The swing into him, it just went behind square. And being vacant, it went across the ropes for 4.
He's known for 22, Dubisset. So I don't think he'll be pleased with his performance. Dubisset is rather expensive. Just a 1 delivery remaining in the over. None for 28 of 1.5. That's very expensive indeed. Can he end well with this final delivery coming up?
Straight to the short third man. Picked up the wicket with his final delivery. Kane will be disappointed there, Matthew. Leslie rather, ball pitched up. He just needed to get a bit closer to it and swing again, looking to hit it somewhere over cover. Coming off the edge and going down to the fielder at short third man, who picked up an easy catch. That's Josh Newell in that position, picked up an easy catch. And Amicale Dubisset has struck the last delivery of the second over.
But it's interesting that even Dubisset himself didn't seem to celebrate. The players didn't seem to celebrate. Usually when a wicket falls, you'll see great celebration, and you didn't see that. And so what's the rationale for that? It was like an innocuous dismissal.
Yeah, it went against the tide. And it was a ball that was in the slot. It probably was a little bit slower, but I think if you get closer to it, he probably would have been able to hit it somewhere over cover. And they'd probably be able to pick up another boundary. It was not a B. It came off the edge, and a very simple catch taken by Josh Newell, who was feeling that short third man position. 45 for 2. We're into the 5th over. Williams, and this one is swung. Where this goes? 1 bounce down to forward square for 4. Ball pitched up. And Anil Matthew again is not fearful of going off it when it's pitched up. Just swung. And it went down to backward square. 1 bounce down to the boundary for 4. So that takes us going to 37. Matthews, 49 for 2. We are into the 5th over. Jerry Williams replaces Leslie. Has not yet faced a delivery. So we see now that fielder is pushed back to that backward square position, right down on the fence.
Catch now, catch.
Again, lost it. Down to the boundary for 4. A good clean hit there by Matthew. Give himself a little bit of room and hit it over extra cover. So the mid-off was a little straight and that extra cover was wide. And safe shot. Ball pitched up and given the treatment.
And the boundaries are coming, and that's why the run rate is now 12.23, because they've not been short of boundary hitting.
Where the zone goes, the fielder goes back, goes over his head for 6. Again, right over that backward square position, the fielder right on the ropes. And tried to jump there to get a hand to it, but just went over his head. And Anil Matthew really continued to put some bat to ball. He quickly goes to 47. And it's 59 for 2. Are we still in the 5th over?
You've got to appreciate the shot, really. It was hit with ideal confidence. There's nothing iffy about the shot. Well struck. Timing was great.
This one, they go straight over long on, and this will go as far as the road. A tremendous hit there by Anil Matthew, coming up with a 50, a tremendous inning. Certainly we'll give you the stats on in terms of that 50, how many 6s he had hit and how many 4s. That really has been a good knock.
That was a big hit, a really big hit by Matthew. And he is so confident. And what a wonderful innings of 50. Just 18 balls, 21 minutes. He struck 2 6s and really is, and 6 4s. I make it 3 6s and 6 4s. Yeah, it really is outstanding batting.
So Williams has gone for 37 and he's in his 3rd over.
Wide signal by the umpire. So after being hit for a couple of boundaries, place it a little on the balls on the wider side. Confirm the wide by the umpire. Started off well, Williams, but come rather expensive. Nice shot, really nice shot. Beautiful shot. It's outside the off stump and just waited on it. And a nice late dab. 3rd man coming across to his right, diving attempt. Wasn't able to cut it off and went into the boundary for 4. So he's playing all around the ground.
Yeah, quickly goes to 57. It's 70 for 2. The ball was played just fine off the 3rd man.
Hold on.
Yeah, so 5 overs gone. 71 for 2, 71 for 2. And the run rate now 14.20.
Yeah, very good start. Anil Matthews, this is 58, not out. Jerry Williams going to face his 1st delivery. Dubisset has bowled 2 overs. He went for 28, picked up 1 for 28. And Larry Williams has 3 overs. He has picked up 1 for 43. So
Somebody had to go down.
well, it's a very good start for Idlers B.
Yeah. And then
Oh
somebody go
yes,
45.
they're chasing it down and they're closing in very
Somebody
fast.
go 45.
So we're going to see the first change. Andrew Fletcher. He going to come in with his leg spin. Bowling from the southern end. Interesting to see what strategy Matthew will adopt. This one is hit straight. Where does this one goes? It clears the long on fielder and yet another 6.
Oh, he picked that up well. And I think the moment he hit the ball, Matthew, he knew where it was going. His body language suggested confidence that it was going to clear the long on fielder and did so quite comfortably. Great shot.
Wait.
This time was shorter in length. And getting onto the back foot and cutting, hit it hard into the ground. Couldn't score.
One. Easy.
So he's really motoring on now as Matthew's gone to 65
Left and left,
and has scored 65 of the 72 runs scored,
Leg. Go,
which
somebody
is
go. Adjust it.
maybe about 5/8 of the runs scored. Never good at maths. I don't know why I attempted to say that, Raphael.
Watch.
Unless somebody chides me.
Come here, stop.
78 for 2 idlers. So 62 to win.
No.
So all what is necessary at this point in time, the error batter just had a batter wrong and in Matthew for a while. I think the rate is very good, almost 14 runs and over.
Stand.
Okay. Quicker delivery there, and Williams didn't know much about it, looking to pull.
One more.
Go back. Run back.
Good start by Ed Lesby.
No. It's over.
And Fletcher has finished his first over well, going for his first delivery, being hit for 6, just concluded 7 runs in his first over. And after 6 overs, 78 for 2. And in Matthew on 65. Williams knocked it off the mark.
Over just being completed by Spiceman Fletcher.
What a good positive start
Next time.
by Idlers B.
Next time.
65.
As we see Williams being replaced
They have
at that northern end.
But it was a good over by Fletcher. One
this-
boundary came off, but in the end, closed off pretty well.
He came back strongly after being hit for 6 in his first delivery. Devon Tyson, young player, young under 19 player for the Windwards.
Let's go, Tyson.
He played in the West Indies under 19 tournament. A lot is expected of him, talent that he possesses.
Yeah, these young cricketers got so many opportunities to showcase their skill and talent. A lot is left up to them.
Two.
There's a cry for 2.
Nathaniel!
Gone for 1. Will in fact come back for the second. They've got to hurry. The return going to the non-strikers end, but they ran the first one quickly indeed and was able to come back safely for the second. It's been good positive cricket here by Idlers.
Yeah, they found themselves in a pretty strong position, 80 for 2. Yeah. Just in the 7th over, Matthews 67. Where does this go? And we look in the sea, goes down to the boundary for 4. It just seemed to, the fielder of the mid-wicket boundary there had that opportunity to take that catch. He just seemed to have eluded him and go over the ropes for 4.
Yeah, he's really so all guns blazing now, Matthew. Once it's in the slot, he's going to release his energy into it. And he's done so quite efficaciously, very effectively in his innings so far of 71.
So some 55 runs needed, really. And put themselves in a good position. Short ball hit down to backward square for 4. Really climbed into this one. The fielder on the boundary had no chance. And Matthew continued to really take advantage of loose bowling.
It's a stunning innings. If it's pitched up, he's able to drive. He is cut well, and he's been able to hit off the back foot too. So it suggests that he's a pretty strong back foot and front foot player. Pretty good all-rounded player. This is a great innings, exhilarating.
This one goes down, let's see. And it goes 1 bounce. Just wait on the umpire signal. So yet another 4 short delivery.
Yeah, that got the treatment it deserved. It was short, it was pullable. It sat up there nicely for him. Didn't have to do much, just to rock on the back foot and make sure he got it from the middle of the bat. And it was struck down to the deep mid-wicket area for 4 wonderful shotties. Now gone to 79. This is a brute of an innings. Brutal.
So he needs 21 runs for his century. I think you need just about 48 more runs. They need about 48 more runs for victory. And he's really not holding back. This one hit down to long on. Now, timing it as you would have liked. So Matthew goes on to 80.
Yeah.
Out of the score of 93 for 2. Has been a war-winning inning played by Anil Matthew.
Yeah, well bowled. Just outside the off stump, and Williams was searching for it. So he scored 80 of the 93. That's Matthew. Not very often you see that kind of performance where a batsman has dominated like this, but he certainly has dominated. 93 runs at the board.
93 for 2.
He scored 80 of those 93 runs.
Well, you're certainly right. This is not often seen. You look at the percentage of the 93 runs, 80 being scored by 1 player. Now he's facing Fletcher, and he's driving straight. It's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Yeah, it beats the fielder at long on, and also there's no chance of the fielder feeling at mid-off.
Yeah, nice use of the feet. Put on his dancing shoes and came down the track and drove it well. The direction was really good. Both fielders seeking to converge the long off and long on fielder. And
Where does this
again,
one goes?
that's gone a long way. That's gone a long way for 6. Over long on. Wow, that's a wonderful hit. He's gone to 90. This is quite a remarkable innings. I remember it for a long time. Now it's pushed down to long on for a single. Good, sensible batting. It was a good delivery, given the respect that it deserved. The 100 has been posted. It's the 104 for 2 in over number 8.
A little back.
Wow.
100 for the Idlers B.
Brings Jerry Williams, who's been a spectator so far, into strike.
Hey, ball.
Wide delivery from Fletcher down the leg side. That Williams was looking to turn maybe behind square, didn't make contact.
Come.
Again down the leg side, swung down to the deep backward square area. A single, he comes off the mark. He's gone to 1. And it brings Matthew into strike.
2 more.
So Fletcher's none for for 20, his first over yielding 7. So he's gone for 13 in his first 6 deliveries. Of course, one was a wide. Pushed up to on there. Thought for a fleeting moment for the second run. Decided against it. I think Matthew also wanted to keep the strike. The over comes to an end. It's 107 for 2. 107 for 2. 8 overs gone.
So the
So
completion
it
of the
means
over.
that they need 33
Idlers B.
and some 7 overs remaining.
Yeah, and Matthew just need 8 for his century. I think no calls for really sensible batting from here on. I should try to get that 8 runs required and probably just take the team home. They're in a very strong position, 42 deliveries remaining. It's need 33 runs for victory. But it really has been an outstanding inning played by Anil Matthew. Hitting the ball all around the field. I think all the bowlers would have paid. It just shows that he has a power to clear this field.
And he's cleared it with ease and alarming
Tremendous
regularity.
ease. Now he's going to face Dylan Joseph. He picks up the attack from the northern end or the road end. And he's going to bowl to Matthew, who's on 92. Ball hit straight. Probably just one day going back for 2 there. And really has been good running by Matthew. They're trying to come back for the strike there.
And was effective about it too. Got the strike. He's pushed on to 94. This is an incredible innings. Really scintillating and blustery, very aggressive batting.
Yeah.
I think that the police team have been stunned by the approach. Keen. A tremendous pace in which Matthew have been scoring.
Yeah, it's a beautiful innings. Gosh, he was not afraid to go after the bowling. And he's done that very effectively. He's gone to 95. It's 110 for 2. So some 30 runs to win.
On that line.
38 balls to get there. Wide delivery outside the off stump. Spraying it too wide. I think the intention is to pitch it away from the left-handed Williams, but on that occasion went too wide. Four runs. Well, that one was pitched up and he came forward. And there was acres of space out there down at the deep mid-wicket area. And the fielder from long on had to really run across about 35 yards to his left. And wasn't able to stop that 4.
Yeah, you could have seen the frustration in the field as that ball crossed the rope. Certainly being so disappointed that again it went over the ropes. Williams on 5, Matthew 95, and over number 9.
Williams just hit the tap. I shouldn't say tap the bat into the ground. He really hits the bat, hit hard in the ground as he waits for the bowler to come in. Probably will get an opportunity to see that again.
Yeah, that was a discussion in terms of the bat tapping the ground.
Matthew tucks that one down to the deep mid-wicket area and gets a single. He's now gone to 96. 117 for 2. Over has come to an end. 9 overs gone. 117 for 2. So just 23 runs remaining, and they've got 6 overs to get 23.
You gotta check it out.
Yeah, it really has been a really tremendous performance by Ed last year. I don't think police saw that coming. And they really seem to be stunned. 2 of the top bowlers in Anil, Amikel Dubisset and Laurie Williams. And when you look back at the first over that was bowled by Williams, it was a good one. It went for 7, but his first 5 delivery was pretty tight. It took up the batsman that was not able to score and only went for 7. And then Dubisset came on, his first one going for 15, and they seem to be no let back.
Man.
Yeah, a bit of an appeal there again, Matthew. Looking at it straight again, loud appeal, and the umpires are on move. Keeper look a little disappointed. Samuel look a little disappointed. Likewise, Fletcher.
You think Raffelli's going to just close up a little here, or he's just going to keep going?
No, I think you just play a little bit sensible now. You are 96, and you have a number of deliveries to go still. So there's no rush.
Yeah.
Just try to get 4 runs that is required for a century. Just make sure you get that.
No need to showcase yourself as an unnecessary hero. Tickled down to backward square. They will come back for the second as the return comes in.
Yes.
To the keeper.
So there's no need for him to do anything really, really different. You know, you'd want to avoid taking too many extra chances because you're just 2 runs away from a century. And that's the first time we have seen him play defensively as he pushed that ball back.
Yeah,
But,
defensive prod back to the bowler, which has been an uncharacteristic feature of this inning.
Yeah, I think early on you look to hit that one straight.
Off the back foot, cuts down to backward point. Picks up his 99th run. So he's on 99. 120 for 2. Fletcher, none for 24. So far, he's got 2 legal deliveries remaining. Williams faces up. Looking to pull that behind square. Let's see what the umpire would signal. By, just a 1 by, not collected by the keeper. So extras have now gone on to 5, and the total has gone to 121 for 2. Here is Matthew, who pulls that and gets his 100. Wonderful knock by Anil Matthew. 100 out of a total of 122 for 2. And what a wonderful innings it's been. It's been a blistering innings. And let's see whether we can give you some details of that marvelous century. So
just before the details, really has been a tremendous inning played by Anil Matthew. We have concluded now 10 overs. Islanders be 122 for 2. They require 140 for victory. So there's 30 deliveries remaining, just 18 runs to score. Jerry Williams is on 6, but really has been a tremendous inning played by Anil Matthew.
41 deliveries, 44 minutes of the crease, 11 fours and 5 sixes. Just 5 dot balls in his innings. Quite remarkable. It's a call for 2. They will go back for the second. The return comes in. It's not the best return in the world. Whatever the case is, the batsman would have been home, but they got 2. And so what looked as a challenge in total is turning out. Did he get run out? What's he run out, Rayfeld?
Yes, he's walking out.
It did look to me as though he got there.
Yeah, it looks pretty clear from our end that he got in. I think the keeper will probably help. Disappointed to see. Yeah, it's a really strange decision. 123 or 3, or certainly the umpire.
So Matthew,
Probably in the best position to make that decision, but from where we sit, it really didn't look.
So Duby won, Larry won.
Not in a position to see the replay, but that has been really a tremendous inning.
Yes, 101. What a wonderful innings this been. An innings that he would remember for a long time. And even the opponents would remember for a long time, and his team handlers would remember for a long time. So Matthew run out for 101, 42 balls, 45 minutes at the crease, 11 fours and 5 sixes. What a remarkable innings.
So Sherman Lewis replace Matthew. They need 17 runs from 29 deliveries.
Oh, he's bowled him. Bowled him. Played around it. Wonderful delivery. And so Lewis gets 1 ball. It's gone for a duck. So it's now 123 for 4. Well bowled.
Well, he was late and also played around that delivery. It came back in slightly, and you can see him play just outside of the line of that delivery. And that crash into the leg stump. Police has struck once again. It's not over until it's over. 123 for 4. Lewis going for no score. Shakim Charles.
Oh, Sergeant.
So this game is not fully over. 17 runs to go, 28 deliveries remaining. Police will need to take 6 wickets if they are to win this encounter.
Or they need to bowl quite a number of dot balls. But the Idlers certainly are in the ascendancy here.
So we see now steps in the fielders as we look to see if they can pull things back.
Spray down the leg side, bat delivery. Wide signal by the umpire. Extras have now pushed on to 6. Total has gone to 124 for 4. Run rate exactly 12, and they need just 3.43 runs per over to win this encounter, which should be a pretty simple one. driven up to long off and gets a single.
Left.
So Charles is off the mark. Shaquem Charles, he's one. Brings the left-handed Jerry Williams into strike.
Highlight.
Williams, who does tap the bat hard into the ground. Wide, confirmed by the umpire. One more to the extras, which is, they've now gone on to 7. 126 for 4. You can hear the tapping of the bat into the turf there by Williams. These days, they don't tap us before refill, do they?
No, they don't. I think what you find happening is that they keep the bat in the air.
Yes,
we
suspended in the air.
we are used to the little tapping, but I think what is happening to is no, it's very distinct. Some mic, so you can hear, but we would probably would have been hitting as hard as that, but nobody hears at the time.
18 ball 17 runs.
Yes, it was what the batsman did to prepare himself as the bowler came in, brought rhythm to his batting.
Yeah, distinct song of the bat. Hit down to long on. Where that goes over long on for 6. What a tremendous shot, and that shot there by Williams really going against the tide. Well pitched up, and he lifted it over long on for 6.
Yeah, he didn't look to hit that all along the ground at all. He went underneath it and lifted it handsome. It was going to be 6 anyway. It was a wonderful shot. And there was a lovely song that's Leather and Willow met each other, kissed. And
Yeah, and one looks at you look at the amount of 6 that's been hit on this venue and would think that the boundaries are pretty short. But we have good standard boundaries here in this facility. I think one of the things we are blessed with here in Grenada is the quality of our facilities. And you probably get a good 75 yards right around here, this boundary, which is very good. 75, yards right around, which tells you that it's really full-size boundary.
yeah, it's no short side here at Las Suggest whatsoever.
As we look at the field there, we realize that the ropes and the square side of the boundary can really go back a good 15 yards.
Yes, the eastern section can go back much further.
And we have the fence in there, the boundary can go back. So you could at least probably get pretty close to 100 yards on each side. Probably the straight side are probably the shortest. You probably might get maybe, I would say, 80 for the most. Or maybe 75, but this square side, definitely you wouldn't be falling under probably 1995.
Yeah, it's a pretty large ground and one of the great traditional grounds here in Grenada. Las Suggest in St. David, single.
So Murray picked up the attack, first delivery, a single push as the ball pushed on the offside by Charles. Charles is on 2, and Jerry Williams on 12.
Is on 12, Shaquem on 2. So
Over number 12, 133 for 4.
Look at again. Leg. Come along.
is on 12,
Come along to you.
Shaquem on 2.
So they need 7 to win. It's 133 for 4. Hit down to long on. They thought for a brief moment to go back for the second. It would have been suicidal. So Charles said no to Williams. They get 1. 6 to win. 134 for 4. Murray. Outside the off stump, dab down to this squarish cover position. They get a comfortable single, which pushes Charles onto 3 and brings the left-handed Williams back into strike. They seem to be getting it singles now. There have not been many dot balls in the innings. 4 needed, 136 for 4.
It's over.
So the over has come to an end. Some 12 overs gone. 136 for 4. And so just the 4 runs needed for victory. We'll have to look and see whether we can get those 4 runs in this over coming up.
Yeah, Idlers are really comfortably placed. 4 runs required, and they still have 18 deliveries. So there's no need for anything rash to be done. Push it around. Charles on 3 and Williams on 14. Let's see. Joseph has picked up 1 wicket and bowled 2 overs for 20, so he's into his 3rd over. And let's see, he's coming around to the left-handed Williams.
It's been expensive, though.
He has a leg gully, deep, short, fine leg, mid-wicket on the boundary, mid-wicket and a mid-on, a long on the leg side.
Well, they inch closer to the total, just 3 more to go, single. Williams has gone to 15. He's batted well. Beautiful 6 over long on. Bowled him. Well, got an inside edge. It looks from here as though it was an inside edge. As Charles looking to push that maybe just out on the offside, and his body was away far from the bat. And the ball took the inside edge, and so he's gone.
But he was actually yoked sort of embarrassingly as he walked off. I think it was also a slower delivery, so he sort of played over it.
Didn't get the inside edge, did he?
And yeah, probably get a bit of an
Might have.
inside edge and crash into the stump. So Joseph picking up his 2nd wicket in his 3rd over. It's gone for 21, 137 for 5. Just 3 runs required. And Kevin Hankey makes his way out.
Middle arms.
So Progress Park continues to be a pitcher. Really good sunlight.
Still sort of wonder how deep Idler's batting really is.
Well, based on what we saw with that first delivery, Hanky didn't seem to do much about that delivery. I think
That innings of Matthew was a crucial one.
that's the point I was just going to make. That's what makes that inning so important.
Yes.
He really would have taken the attack to the police and really, it really struck them in terms of the way that he played. He really played a very good innings. Very unfortunate, he gave not run out. But that inning would have really turned things around. He really didn't give police a chance.
Well, 2 more needed. Williams is 15. We're in over number 13. This is the final delivery coming up in this over. Maybe Williams tried to hit the ball too hard. Over comes to an end. And at the end of 13, 138 for 5 Idlers. 138 for 5. They need 2 more for victory.
Yeah, really should be just about time. 138 for 5. 2 runs needed from 12 deliveries. We have been a blistering attack by Anil Matthew on the police bowlers. 101 in 44 deliveries, 101.
It's quite remarkable. It's amazing hitting and not slugging. It was just good, genuine ball striking.
You don't regularly see those sort of innings
That's true.
on a field of this magnitude.
Miller, we're coming right down over.
Yeah, it was quite beautiful
So
to look
Hank,
at, or inspiring.
you know, I'm thinking one would have thought that I probably would have bring back Larry Williams, even maybe after the wicket of Anil Matthew, see what can happen. But here we have Michael Dubisset. He will come in for his third over. He went for 28, picked up 1 wicket. Yeah, probably might have Laurie Williams coming in for the last over, coming from the road end if necessary.
You're right. I think they'll want to make this the last over, Idlers.
So let's see, not much adjustment on the field. I think the police team would have accepted defeat.
Yeah, well, it's not very often you find civilians defeating the law or the lawmen.
And certainly, this has been a team that has stuck together and really have been playing well.
But when you look at them getting 139, you felt that this was going to be at least a working total. Not mammoth, but good enough to fight and possibly to win. But Islands, they've really galloped after it. And that should be the winning run. It is pulled down to the mid-wicket area. 4 runs. So Idlers, they've won 142. 142 for 5. And they have won this contest and won it quite comprehensively by 5 wickets.
Yeah, and they deserve to be the victors in this particular game. When one look back at the fact that they won the toss and elected to field, and as we were saying before, I don't think they made much use of the bowling. I thought that the bowlers were very short, almost right through all the bowlers very short. you didn't see the sort of penetration that you would have expected. After you would have won a toss, you want to come out and really show that you want to get the team out quickly. They were able to get a few wickets very early. 2 important wickets in terms of Saint-Hilaire, who was one of the mainstays for Police, and also was able to pick up the wicket of Andrew Fletcher, and felt this was a time they could have pressed on. It didn't happen. The feeling was not of the best, but they would have made up for it even as they chased that total of 139. We saw what can be described, of magnificent, tremendous, was how you want to call it, but it was an innings by Anil Matthew, which actually transformed the game. Didn't actually give Police a chance. He started from the beginning, started to hit the ball all over, and all the bowlers that came in got rough treatment, and he certainly played the sort of inning that was necessary for Idler's victory. And no credit is too much to give him for the tremendous inning that he played, having really dominated the Police bowling and really make sure that Idlers would have won rather comfortably, scoring 142 for 5. And certainly, he definitely is the man of the match, if there is one. And Idlers deserve to win.
Yes, so they won by 5 wickets.
We do have Rondell John, who's going to take it away. He's going to speak.
All right, so we are at the end of the 3rd place playoff, and I have with me the captain of the Police Cricket Club, Nkosi St. Helene. Nkosi, not really happening the way you wanted it.
Well, unfortunately, we lost some wickets early. Our main players, and we were 20 runs short of what we were aiming for before.
With a target of 140, did you at any point back the bowlers to really bring it home for you?
Well, runs on board is runs on board. However, it's a really good track, and kudos to them.
All right, so thank you very much, Nkosi. And I'm going to invite the captain or the vice captain of the Idlers B. I have with me Anil Matthew. Anil, congratulations on a win. You are the 3rd place winner. How does it feel?
Well, first of all, I have to give God thanks and praise to come out here and play at 3rd place and being victorious in the end. It's a very good feeling.
All right. You went out there, you restricted the policemen to 140. You came out really aggressive. Was that the mindset?
Yeah, we're chasing 140 in 15 overs. It's just under 10 runs over, so we do calculated maths there and go out there and be positive.
You were really positive. We saw a really brilliant 100. How does it feel to have that 100 in this year's tournament?
Well, it's always a good feeling scoring a century and against Police opposition who think that they are the best attack in the country. So I think that being able to get 100 early is a very, very good thing.
All right, wonderful. So you are the man of the match for today. You scored 101 in some 42 deliveries, 11 fours and 5 sixes. This was really phenomenal looking at you with the ball. How did it feel, in the middle?
Well, it's a fantastic cricket wicket. You feel very good, preparing for T10, which starts Monday. So I just use that opportunity as a practice and get ready for the first game on Monday.
All right, wonderful. So you seem ready for the T10. So that's it here for us from the 3rd place playoff. We want to let you know the finals is coming up shortly. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the Idlers B. They are the 3rd place winners, and eventually Police, they will be in 4th position.
So 3rd place winner there, Idlers B, scored 142 for 5, replying to Police 139. Anil Matthew was run out for 142 balls, 45 minutes, 11 fours and 3 sixes. What a marvelous innings it was. Rayvon Hitlal caught Joseph bowled Williams for 5. Donny Leslie caught Noel bowled Dubisset for 6. Sherman Lewis went without scoring. First ball bowled by Joseph. Shaquem Charles bowled by Joseph for 3. Kevon Hankey not out 5. Jerry Williams not out 15. And so 142 for 5. They've won comprehensively by 5 wickets, and they have sealed that third place spot. So it was a pleasure, of course, bringing you the commentary, and we'll be on hand to bring you the next match coming up.
come out for the toss. We're looking for the captain of the upsetters. So we are ready for the toss. And this is the finals of the NLA GCA T20 Championship. And we have the captains out in the middle. Upsetters, captain with the coin. Power hitters with call. And so it's heads. And the power hitters, they have won the toss. And we're going to have a quick conversation with the captain. Okay, so we have here Shondell Regis, the captain of the power hitters. Shondell, you won the toss today. Tell us what you're going to do and why.
We're going to bat first today. I think the wicket is a reasonably good one. We've been playing all our games up here, so we're looking to put a score over 180 on the board and try to come and defend it.
Okay, you came into this one on a really good note. You defeated the policemen in rather comfortable fashion. Your batsmen seem to be in good nick. What's the formula?
We're just keeping it simple. Try to capitalize in the power play, relax for a few through the middle, and strike it at the end.
All right, well, there you had it. The captain of the power hitters. Good luck to you. You're playing in the finals. I will be joined now by the captain of the Upsetters Cricket Club, Kem Charles. Kem, you lost the toss today. Had you win the toss, what would you have done?
Well, it was a bit indecisive, so I mean, it was a good toss to lose. So, yeah.
All right, so we know that the Progress Park is a good wicket for batting. What is the total that you're looking to restrict the power hitters to?
Well, based on the games we looked at up here, it's a good batting wicket, so anything under 180 we'd back ourselves to go outside there and chase.
All right, who are the key players that you are looking forward to really restricting the bowling, the batters today?
Jiran Noel, Calvin Blash, myself, and Jonathan Taylor.
All right, so good luck to you. You're in the field. This is the final. We wish you good luck and all the best. So I'm looking for 4 persons. I'm looking for 4 persons to join me here. The first 4 persons to join me here will have an opportunity to win $100, compliments the NLA. First 4 persons, that's who we're taking. So first 4 persons, you get an opportunity to hit for 100, and you get the opportunity to bowl for 100. We've already had a winner, and we're looking for another winner, or maybe 2 winners. Any spectator, it is up to you. You can come and get an opportunity to win $100, compliments the NLA.
Quick bite. A game plan that already? Go boys! Early.
And it's the finals of the GCA-NLA T20 tournament 2025. We are expecting some keen and exciting cricket. The first game ended with Idlers beating Police. I expect to see much more.
You want to be a low?
Pleasant good afternoon to you again. Welcome back here at the Progress Park playing field. Again, we greet you with, tremendous condition. The light sun is shining brightly. We are about to start the final of the NLA GCA T20 tournament. This is the two teams that would have come through to reach the final, upsetters and power hitters. They are going to square off for the final of this game. Certainly there's so much at stake. Together, as I welcome Pastor Warm, we will describe what's happened to you this evening as we prepare for the start of this final game.
So power hitters having won the toss and decided to bat. And as to whether that may have influenced the first match, may have influenced the decision, we don't know. But they want to put a target on the scoreboard and say to upsetters, well, chase it down.
Yeah, I probably would have. I would have gone for the same thing. This is good. Third inning playing on the wicket today. I probably would not have waited to probably go for the fourth inning. But let me hasten to say that this is a very good pitch. And whether you bat 3 or you bat 4, really, the way the wicket is played doesn't seem to give any team advantage in terms of what happened there. So we expect that, it will be exciting. We are about to see the first ball, Kem Charles, and this one outside the off stump. The umpires, Rudolph Holus, he's in this southern end or commentary booth end, and we have Isaiah Thomas who will be standing. He's now at square leg, with the standard northern end. We see upsetters, power hitters starting with spin, and certainly. They probably would have seen the first game, and they want to make sure that they restrict upsetters to a score. Really, that wouldn't create any problem in them trying to get to.
So the opening pair in Sylvester and Sheldon Joseph. Joseph taking strike into the first over of the match. So whether we're going to see a similar contest or one that is contrasting the first match, 139. This time, of course, you should be having a full-blown 20-over contest. The first one was abbreviated.
So just to give you a bit of the teams, the first over continues. First boundary being hit, short delivery by Kem Charles, and Sheldon Joseph into his wicket and just hit it smoothly over mid-wicket. No fuss. It's a bad delivery and it was given the right treatment. So they're off the mark with 4. He's off the mark with 4. 7 without loss. Still in the first over. Rickel Sylvester on 1 and Sheldon Joseph.
Yeah, you can't be short on this pitch because you've got all the time in the ball. It's an absolute belter and good batting surface. So the shorter you are, it gives the batsman, of course, more time to ease onto the back foot and pull or cut as the case may be. Just a 1 over gone, the first one in the match. Power hitters, they're 8 without loss. Raquel Sylvester is on 1 and Sheldon Joseph 7. So a pretty decent over there for power hitters. They're first up. And they want to get a good start here by Sylvester and Joseph. And a start that would give maybe the rest of the batters an opportunity to build on it.
So just to give you the teams, power hitters, Cosmori, Court Mori, Sheldon Joseph, Imran Joseph, Raquel Sylvester, Tyrone Charles, Corey Celestine, Alfred Bishop, Chandel Regis, Richard Rogers, and Kasim Felix. Power hitters, both themselves are very, very strong players. We'll give you upsetters in a moment.
So we have Jerron Noel, who will be taking up the attack from the far end, the road end. Around the wicket. Don't think he's going to get much turn. Of course, the ball being new, so he might just get it to slide on. And I can't see him getting any great bit of turn. Then he's bowling from around the wicket, rather. Swung down to the deep backward square area, and that's gone to the boundary for 4. That was an ill-directed delivery, sinking down the left side, and he just helped it on its way down to the boundary for 4. Bad delivery. And Joseph would not allow those to go unpunished. In the air, that goes down to the deep mid-wicket area. Airborne for some time, but certainly not catchable. And he gets a single, which has pushed him on to 12. So it's early days, but a good start. 13 without loss. Now brings Raquel Sylvester into strike. He's on 1.
Nothing. All right, nothing. You're not going too fast. Easy or not? Easy or not? Yeah. Well done. Well done.
So, piece of fielding there at mid-off. We just wondered whether the umpire may have start giving up, was he? May have just made it home, but it was a run that they really had to scamper for.
Guys, let's go.
And managed to get there just in time.
Come. Yeah.
Of course, you've got to be very positive in your approach
So you back on now. Backward.
at all stage in the innings. But getting off to a good start is always ideal and important for any side.
Let's go. Hey, nothing. Glide.
Down to backward point. Good diving stop. Thought about the second. Return comes in, good sharp one. So they stayed on 1.
Come on, guys. Come on.
Into over number 2.
Let us work, guys.
Here is Noel. Ball to Joseph.
Catch him.
Swung down to the deep backward square area. And that's gone. That's gone for 4. So not a good ending to the over. In fact, turned out to be a rather expensive one. So 10 runs coming off the first over. They're bowled by Jerron Noel. And so after 2 overs, power hitters, they're off to a good start. They're 18 without loss.
Yeah, good shot there by Joseph. Ball slanting down the leg side. Probably was maybe looking to hit leg stump, but he swept it well, kept it along the ground. No failure being pleased here. The backward square was fairly square, and it went down to the boundary for 4. Good looking shot there. And so he confidently is on 16. Riquel Sylvester just on 2. As Kem Charles with his second over there, being pushed down to mid-off for 1. And that takes us go to 19 as we go into the third over. Offsetters, Kem Charles, Gerard Noel, Gerald Jeremiah, Jonathan Taylor, Cyprian Forsyth, Jelani George, Javel St. Paul.
White in there by the umpire, so extras now coming up the mark. Once it's gone to 2, yeah, just a 1.
Continue the team. Cavan Bartholomew, Javel Hazard, and yeah, that's the Upsetters team. And happy a pretty quiet start into the third over, 20 without loss.
Fine shot, really. Fine shot. Hit there by Joseph, who seemed to be in decent form as he just drove that through the mid-wicket area. Picked his position very well. There is, in fact, forward square and wideish mid-on, and he was able to get past those 2 fielders down to the boundary for 4. Off the back foot and cuts. Gets it down to the sweeper position. Gets a single. It was short enough to go back onto the back foot and cut, not square, cut most on the straighter side. He's hustled on to 23 now and brings Sylvester into strike. So the important thing, of course, is to turn the strike over, and they're doing that pretty well so far. With ones and boundaries. Hit inside out. Down to the deep extra cover boundary, gets a single. So the over comes to an end. 3 overs gone. 29 without loss. 29 without loss. And that was a pretty good over for power hitters.
Yeah. Kem Charles in the second over. He has gone for 19. Really, power hitters has made a positive start, having to face spin from both ends. The experienced Gerard Noel and also Kem Charles, who have been doing quite a bit. He would have picked up a lot of wickets, we know, in the T10 tournament. So these players are players that, you know, have some experience in bowling. Of course, I'm using a new ball. But 29 without loss after 3 over, they should feel pretty confident with the start they had. This one hit down to mid-off, goes back and being dropped there at mid-off. Casual approach there by the mid-off fielder there.
No, that's unacceptable, really. Had sufficient time to run back. Look at how long the ball stayed in the air. Look, almost there and should have made a couple of steps backward.
Yeah.
But just tried to reach for it, to stretch to get it. And there was no need for that. A couple of steps backward would have done the trick.
Down to mid-on, goes straight to mid-on. And that one is taken there. Full Sylvester really didn't do much with that delivery. He did on the full toss. But just was able to clear the fielder. And the mid-on fielder coming in and take a rather simple catch. And we see Upsetters losing their first wicket. Wicket of Riquel Sylvester. Caught by Javel St. Paul after bowling of Gerard Noel. And he only scored 4. 30 for 1. So power hitters has made the breakthrough in the fourth over.
Who's are you?
Yeah, power hitters actually 30 for 1. I should say that upsetters making the breakthrough with the wicket of Rickle Sylvester.
So,
Quite a bit of a gathering outside.
Sean Del Rey Jesus now joined Joseph. He's an enterprising player, Regis. Maybe never really fulfilled his potential.
Yeah, you're certainly right. He showed tremendous ability. One can remember him at the under 19 level. Really was one of the top players. Did very well. We see some overthrows there. 2 runs that really should not have been given. The keeper didn't know well, moving quickly and throwing the ball back. 2 runs to Regis. He's off the mark, 32 for 1.
But good work by the bowler in Noel on his follow-through, as Regis was seeking to scamper down the pitch. But he moved across to his right, got a good clean grasp at it, and hurled a return to the keeper's end. Fortunately, it went behind the keeper and yielded 2 runs. But good work.
Yeah, and these 2 players knows each other very well. Played for the St. Davis Parish. As Noel completes his second over. 32 for 1. Power hitters batting first.
Yes, so 8 runs per over is the current run rate. And they've lost a wicket. And they've got 2 pretty good players inside there. Regis, who's just come in. The fall of Rickle Sylvester's wicket was caught Javel St. Paul of the bowling of Noel. And he went for 4. So these 2 in Regis and Joseph would want to restore some order to that dismissal.
These 2 teams would have both of quite some national players on each of the teams.
Can't forget the innings of Matthew. Brilliant 101 before he was run out.
Yeah, had been really a tremendous inning. Javel St. Paul and pick up the attack from this sudden end. Sheldon Joseph is on 25. Prepares to face. Short delivery and hit down to cover. The fielder on the boundary. So just 1.
And that position has become such an important position, the sweeper position. Years ago, it was not one of those positions that we find has made its way into the contemporary, very important contemporary positions on the field of play. But you know, back in the 70s particularly, and before that, and even in some regards into the 80s, Raphael,
Yeah.
you just didn't have anybody sweeping.
Probably even into the 90s. Yeah, there's no talk about sweep and corner and so forth.
Yeah, but it has become a very important. In those earlier days, you had the covers, which was patrolled by the extra cover backward point and point, and you felt that those players, those fielders, were sufficient to keep the ball from going past them.
Yeah, you probably could have called the field placement very easily. The standard hit over mid-off and goes down to the boundary for good shot really good shot there by Regis. Ball pitched up and he just stroked it. And it just went over the mid-off fielder.
Really nice, and kept his shape well. Didn't try to overhit the ball, but got to the pitch and used that bottom hand. The right hand came into play, went under it and lifted it over long off for four rather.
This one it hit down over mid-wicket for 4. Again, what is so crucial is his positioning. If you get into position, the shot looks so easy. And we see Regis here coming off with these 2 shots, one over mid-off, next one over mid-wicket. Just ease into it and just clipped it and picked up 2 important boundary. He moves to 10. It's 41 for 1 into the 5th over. Again, plays off the legs, and let's see. Goes down to the boundary for another 4. Well, easy as you like. Pitch up and just whipped it off the legs. I picked up another boundary. So yeah, three 4s in succession.
Yeah, it does confirm, though, that you don't have to be a power hitter. And you don't have to be always using the shoulders in any great manner. Timing and timing to perfection is what is so very important. Hitting that ball 5 inches from the base at the middle of the bat. That's where it's called the sweet spot. And that's where you get that timing from. But even if you hit it there and you don't hit it at the right time, that also is a concern.
Yeah, and he probably would have missed out on that short delivery as he looked to clip it somewhere over backward square. Made no contact. Probably would have touched some part of his body. But a good over there for power hitters. They have picked up 3 boundaries. It's 45 for 1. With Sheldon Joseph on 26. And Chanel Regis on 14.
Yeah, I did, Raphael, speak with the late Sir Everton Weeks, who I had the opportunity of doing commentary with on quite a few occasions. He was a rather witty gentleman and one who was absolutely knowledgeable about the game. And he said in his case, that's where he sought to hit the ball about 5 inches from the base and make sure that the ball connects, or rather the bat connects with the ball at the right time. And that is very critical, and that's why it's deemed in cricket language timing. Down to third man. It's going to be pulled back just inside. The return comes in. 1 bounce. They get 2.
Yeah, but as you speak about that, the question of timing, what I do realize that if you are able to get into correct position more than often, all what is required at this one, they say down to long on, the fielder comes just over, and tremendous work by that fielder on the long on fence. He jumped, got his hand to it, and saved 6 runs. Just was not able to hold on. There. I think they're still trying to verify whether it went for 6. Good work was done by the long-on fielder.
The other thing is that both batsmen stood ball watching. And there was a possibility for 2 runs there. But Shondell Reggie stood there watching. In the end, they got the single. But the ball is airborne. It's there for a long time. You scurry for the first run. Well, if the catch is taken, too bad. But in the event that it's dropped, you've got an opportunity to score another 1.
Yeah, but it was tremendous work because it really was seemingly going over. And he had to jump, get his right hand to it. and was able to keep it in play. He's out, run out. And seemed to be Joseph there. I think he was really quick off the mark and really, the ball didn't pass the fielders yet. And trying to get back there, direct throw. Hit the stump and he was given out run out. There's still some discussion. He's with his hands.
Well, he is demonstrating out there, not coming off, and we don't know what happened as to what his claim might be, why he is very upset indeed. Now, if the umpire says you're out, except there is something else to suggest that, well, look, you were given out erroneously. It won't be the first time that that has happened in cricket. But to see that happening on the field of play out there, that looks really ugly indeed. Really is ugly.
Yeah, this is not something you want to see on the cricket field, whether you feel you're out or not. But yeah, there's umpire gives a decision. You have to walk, and he's still out there. Certainly is not what you'll want to see. I do think that from where I sit, there should be some form of, he's still out there.
No, this is poor. It really is poor. We don't have television replays. And with that in mind, there would always be maybe error in judgment. One understands that. But we also have to understand that the umpires are reserved the rights to put out a player if he is convinced that he is out. So let's look it over. The return comes in.
And I think it was the right decision as we look at the replay there. It bounced off the field and onto the stumps, and as you can see, the bat is still short.
Yes.
So it's really unbecoming in terms of his display out there. And wondering what was the issue. But as we saw the replay there, it's very clear that he was short of his ground. Good decision by the umpire.
So Sheldon Joseph, run out.
But whether or not, the umpire would have got it wrong, he still had to walk. There's no issue in him standing out there, complaining and so forth. To have to walk.
Let's walk, guys. Come on.
Great work by George, though.
A lot of dot balls on him here. He have a lot of dot balls under his belt, yeah? This captain here.
48 for 2. Cut Murray.
Yeah, so Joseph has got to do better than that. He really has. So the umpire's decision is final. Except, of course, you've got reviews where you can use your review to look if you do think as a batsman you're not out. It goes upstairs, and then the adjudicator, the third umpire, will confirm out or not out, as the case may be. We don't have that here, and so it is left to the adjudication of the umpire determining whether the batsman is out or batter is out or in. In this case, the umpire said that he was out, and it's certainly brought an upset situation on the part of Joseph, and took a long time before he finally decided to walk his way back to the pavilion.
So we have just seen the power play has ended. 6 overs being bowled, 48 for 2. Regis on 14. Caught Murray knotted off the mark. As we see number 17. Right. And he's going to pick up the attack from the southern end. Just try to get his name.
So the power hitters, they've not galloped off. Ball goes down to fine leg and would get a single. See what the umpire signal? Wide. Didn't get a touch onto that.
So power hitters 50.
Yeah, so the 50 coming up.
Left-handed Regis comes into strike.
Confirmed the wide by the umpire. That's Blash, of course. Bowling from wrong the wicket.
Yes, Calvin Blash. It is Calvin Blash.
Left arm orthodox from the southern end of the ground. Heavy set individual. So at least one landmark has already been posted by power hitters. 52, we're in over number 7. Bowled by Blash, who is turned by by Murray. Down to backward square and gets off the mark. Springs now Regis into strike. Well, in fact, just got off the mark. Good Murray, of course, the one of 2 brothers. 6 runs. That was pitched up, and Murray just stayed there and swung the bat at it. He's not a big man, but he hit it well, and it went just over the leaping hand there at long off and got 6. Very good shot indeed. Bold one, too.
Yeah,
Regis
was just able to get it over long off. Again, you can see the power and the power hitting of Regis. You could see the force that he puts in. If he got a little bit closer, you really would have played that shot a lot easier and really smoother.
Yeah, it was well hit. It was clean, and just got over the boundary line, but it was a great effort down that long off. So, Blash, it's expensive. He's gone for 12 already. An appeal down the leg side, the ball signal a wide by the umpire.
Yeah, and Murray would be disappointed not to get hold of this one. There's a short fine leg in place.
He's gone for 13 already, or 4. What we really will want to see what the umpire would signal, whether it missed everything and went for buys, yes. Beat everybody. Beat the driving bat of Murray and also beat the keeper. And it went down to the third man area, 4-2. So 2 buys, extras off the mark, and after some 7 overs, it's 63 for 2.
Yeah, good over for Paul Hitter. Some 15 runs came in that over. As we see Blash in his first over, just seemingly struggling to get it right. Bowler, a couple of wide deliveries, full tosses. And Paul Hitter's moving to 63 for 2 in 7 overs. Murray on 1, and Regis on 22. And at a run rate of 9.22, they will want to maintain that, because I would think they wouldn't be looking to score nothing less than maybe 180 as we look at how that pitch is being played. So they would want to put themselves in a position really would make it difficult for upsetters.
Yeah, it is a gettable total. 180. It's a total you can work with. But as you said, the wicket is so good.
Noel in his 4th over. So he would be bowling right through.
Yeah, it's not very often you have bowlers bowling their quota without being interrupted. But again, if you're on a good groove, you know, might as well you're bowled out. But then the captain may have a challenge if later on in the innings he think he may need of a principal bowler. But that first bowler has already contributed his allotment.
And it's something we seem not to be seen regularly in terms of bowlers going right through, as you said. I mean, you may find that a bowler is doing pretty well, and captains tend to want to give you 3 and hold back 1. But when you come back to bowl, it's not the same bowler. Again, things are pretty quiet as Noel in his final over. He's gone for 17 so far, pick up 1 wicket. $64 for 2. And over number 8. As full toss hit down to extra cover. Which is deep. So 1 to complete the 8 over, 65 for 2. And Murray goes on to 2. Shandel reaches 23, not 23.
Yeah, it's such an important innings here by Shandel Regis. And I'm not suggesting that Kurt's innings is not important, it is. But Regis on 23 and he's lost 2 wickets ahead of him, which means that he's got to do a bit of a restoration work here. And he will be advised to keep those runs ticking over. Don't want to be stalled into a stalemate. He certainly want to keep that run rate maybe up to 8.5, 9, and coming down to the last 5 or so overs, then you can push it up maybe to 9.5. But a lot would depend upon him as to the ultimate outcome of Paul Hitter's score.
So they have no push, the extra, the long on, a bit wider. 3 feelers on the leg side, right back on the rope. So there's a long on. There's a mid-wicket. And there's a square leg right back on the ropes on the leg side. Short fine leg in place. On the offside, there's a short third man, there's a backward point. There's a cover. There's a long off. A stroke down to mid-off. Picked up by Gerard Noel.
Yeah, but I think that they have put a bit of a restraint here on the run rate. It's now down to 8.04. And so things have just tightened a bit here. Out to mid-wicket. They will go back for the second run. They get there quite comfortably too. The breeze has subsided, Rafael. Very much contrast this morning when it was sort of blustery. Now it has just dropped into just a gentle breeze, a zephyr, so to speak.
Yeah, pretty still on the outside. Flats just barely moving. Sun continues to be very bright. There's no issue in terms of the weather. Conditions are very good for cricket. This one stroked down to long, and again Noel comes into play. And it's another single, and that would have completed the 9th over 71 for 2. So they seem to be just pulling things back a bit. The scoring rate has seemingly slowed down quite a bit. The spinners just trying to keep things very tight. 71 for 2, 9 overs completed, 24. Sheldon Reed's on 24. And Courtmore's on 6. And they are now going at 7.89. So.
Yeah, it's not what you may call a very healthy scoring rate. But it's all right. It's 7.89. You still got 11 overs remaining. And that can jump at any moment. A couple of big overs can push it back up to 8.5, 9, as the case may be. So there shouldn't be alarmed at it. But while that's the case, power hitters got to realize that they will have to not just consolidate, they'll have to rather accelerate at some point, and don't wait until it gets practically too late to put your foot on the pedal. It's important here that they assess conditions very well. Not to panic at 71 for 2 with 11 overs remaining, but there must be that frame of mind to suggest we've got to score a little faster while maintaining our wickets.
So 2 Saint. Another young player that comes off the under 15 program on a 15 Grenada national team and has really progressed.
Yeah, and I love to see these young players get exposure and put them among the senior players so that they can have some life learning experiences right before them, and they can be advised and helped by players who've been there long before them. So this is a nice, good blend of youthfulness and seniority in regards to age. Nice flowing drive by Murray up to long on for a single.
Rather quiet period. 72 for 2.
And we talk about Murray, Rafael, obviously you know him much better than I do. what are some of the characteristics about him that may suggest that he's got a bright future ahead?
What he does, one, he's left arm orthodox spinner. We don't have much of that here. And I've seen him playing in on the 19th tournament this year. And he seemed to have added something more to his bowling in that he keeps the ball in the air quite a bit. He used to be bowling fast, and now he gives a lot of air and he uses a lot of variation. And this is something good in his weapon. You know, he batted, scored a lot of runs in the under 19 tournament. He's the sort of player that not going to give his wicket away. He will bat long and not afraid to put away the bad delivery. So he's the sort of player that you could expect when he gets into the wicket. He's one that's really not going to give his wicket freely, but are able to build. And the scores that he made in the tournament this year indicates his ability, the ability to stay long, the ability to concentrate. This is the sort of player he is. You want to expect even here that they probably would expect him to bat right through the inning. And if he are able to do that, you know, that would be one end that's pretty secure for power hitters. He's a very good batsman, orthodox, maybe not a big hitting player, but is one that's going to score freely.
Yeah, well, this is a good opportunity for him to develop his skill, develop his craft. Over comes to an end. So we're at the halfway stage. 10 overs gone, 73 for 2, with Reggie still there battling along. He's 25, and Murray is on 7.
Yeah, and this partnership will certainly want to continue that sort of foundation and really make sure they want to put power hitters in a situation where they are able to put up a rather challenging score. They are 73 for 2 in 10 overs. Chandel Regis, captain of power hitters on 25. Curt Murray. And these two will want to stay as long as possible. Calvin Blash. Left arm around the wicket. And stroked easily down to that mid-off position. 74 for 2. I say good afternoon to Rondell. Happy to have you joining us for a while.
Good evening to you, Rafael. And it's good to be in the commentary seat for a while. I've been pretty busy this morning, but...
Yeah, I know that your hand is pretty full.
It's really good sunshine and condition ideal for good power hitting, as we're seeing out there. And so upsetters, they will have to do well to restrict this power hitting.
Yeah, the good thing I've seen about the upsetters, they have seemingly pulled things back because it was a really quick start by power hitters. Now they are just seeming to settle down to keep things a little tighter. This one is played down to backward point. They're going to run very close. Stop just in front of the boundary. I was making the point that the scoring rate has slowed quite a bit as they are beginning to pick their line and length. Blash didn't start it that well. He's now in his third over. He's gone for 23. 77 for 2 in the 11th over. You can still feel that they have a measure of control.
Yeah, they will feel that they have a measure of control when you look at the lineup of the power hitters. And they will take this, I think, in the pre-match interview, we heard that at least they're looking to restrict them somewhere within the region of 180.
It's interesting. They have 180 on this wicket. They're looking to restrict them. That to give you an indication in terms of the pitch, in terms of what is out there. That's 180. Is, you know, to me, you had a ball badly. He get up to 180. End of the over. 11 overs complete to 79 for 2.
Well, I think the condition of the pitch and knowing this ground, this is a ground where batters, once you get in, you know, you tend to score heavy. And so the power hitters, they played most of their games here. So they know the ground. Upsetters, they've been following, so they know what to expect. And I think once the batters stay out there and bat, there is a big total that can be posted.
But just to go back, your thoughts on the inning of Anil Matthew.
Well, that was really a classic Anil Matthew knock. You know the name from under 15, under 19s. He tends to every now and again just give you that one impressive innings that persons would remember for a long time. I think what he needs to do now is to start stringing these types of batting display consistently so that he can, you know, really boost his repertoire.
Yeah, I think that he really took the game to police, and they really didn't have a response. But he really took it away from them and played a very good inning. Unfortunate, it's out, but.
Yeah, really good shot there from Murray. Just hitting through the line, and this is what we're talking about when we talk about how good the wicket plays. Just lifting that one nice and straight. He didn't even try to run.
Yeah, probably thought it have gone for 4, but just looking at it, it's. Again, it's good to see Toussaint, you know, just coming off the under 19 tournament, a young player that came to the under 15 and really has developed well. And even at this level, he just seemed to be in control, being able to keep things pretty tightly.
Yes, certainly. And see that he's bowling to a plan. He's bowling very straight, not really giving the batters room. And I think this is important, especially having the field set the way it is. You need to keep just on the stump or outside the off stump, you know, just to allow the batters to take the risk and not you really giving them that free hit opportunity.
81 for 2. Caught Murray's on 10. Hit this one. Where this one goes? Mid wicket. Into the hand of the fielder. Short delivery there and really swung around. Didn't seem to be in the best position. Just play with the tide. As we see here. It went into the hand of the mid-wicket fielder. That's Javel St. Paul. And Enoch Toussaint picking up his first wicket.
Yeah, really good wicket there for Toussaint. Murray just looking to guide it around, not really viciously attacking it. I think he used the pace nicely, but was unable to control that one. It got out to the fielder. Maybe he just was looking to tap it around, not really going full-fledged. And it's unfortunate that I think the connection was just too good.
So it's 81 for 3. Murray going for 10. We have his brother Cousin Murray coming in, one who strikes the ball really well. And one would expect that if he bats for 5 overs, he is going to clear the boundary a few times. Has his batting really has come along. He's become more aggressive and he's a much stronger player. I think sometimes it's just the choices that he makes at times. But,
yeah, again, Murray Cutson, that is. This is a ground that I know that he likes. He has put on some really good scores here. I think he knows the wicket very well. And not only knowing the wicket, but he knows the opponents very well. So he just has to really play his type of innings. Don't try to do anything too fancy. And certainly there is a score here for him.
So Cousin Murray replaces his brother Cut Murray. And he's preparing to face his first delivery. Toussaint, very economical in the second over, only going for 4 runs so far.
Yeah, really good tight spell by Toussaint. 1 for 4 in 1.5.
Yeah, it's heartening to see how his approach to the senior players, how he bowls. Stroke down to long off.
Yeah, he has
always seem to be thinking, and you cannot just read him. He's doing something different all the time.
Yeah, he has certainly grown, I think, Toussaint as a fast bowler. In terms of, you see, I believe the number of matches being played. These boys, Murray, Toussaint, both Murrays, Toussaint, they've played a lot of cricket over the past 6 months. And I think they really understand what it means to be out there in the middle and to do the work that they're doing.
Yeah. I'm very happy to see where Toussaint has reached. I could remember working with him at Happy Montmorris Anglican School. He was a young player getting into cricket for the first time. And he would have really grown. He fell in love with the game and just moved from there onto the national team at the under 15 level, then on to the under 19 teams. Has shown that he knows what it is, even to come up against the senior players.
Yeah, we saw him in the T10 and last season's T10, and I think he bowled really well. And so, being at this level, I think he's getting more accustomed to this type of cricket. He does relish bowling under pressure. He doesn't mind. He's always want to put his hand up and say, I can take responsibility. When you have a young player who's not afraid to, really take responsibility, as a skipper, it makes your work easier, especially when you know that he takes the responsibility and he does deliver.
Yeah, he's a rather serious cricketer. Setters keeping things pretty tight. We're into the 13th over. 83 for 3.
Looking at the scorecard, Rafael, when I look at the extras column, it says that upsetters have really done well in terms of the way that they bowl, the discipline in which they bowl.
Yeah, I think they did well. When we look at the first match play today, that both teams started off rather quickly. I don't think Idlers bowled well against Police. Yeah, if they really should be aiming, Idlers really should be aiming to even get Police for score less than 139. I think they bowl badly. This one, they sit down to long on, it goes to very over long on for 6. Really good hit there by Regis. Really got onto this one and lifted it over long on for 6. Really good and confident shot played by Regis.
Yeah, I think Regis is really in really good touch. Has gotten quite a good score within this GCA-NLA T20. He has scored very heavily.
Well, you are making the point is one of the players that showed tremendous ability even at a young age. He was very dominant in the under-19 tournament. went on to the win once. One remember him in Carriacou, coming off hundreds in Carriacou on the 19 tournament against St. David's. So he has shown that tremendous talent, even from young, under 15. And certainly one would have expected him to probably even to be further advanced from where he's at now. But as you say, you just need to be consistent and continue to score heavy. I think if he can do that, you know, he's one of the players we can look at for the future going forward.
Yeah, certainly. He came into this finals with the second most runs, and not by far. And so it means that he has an opportunity to maybe get himself the leading run score of the tournament. Once he stays out there, I think Anil's innings was a good one. So we'll put some pressure on him also. Certainly, he has gone well, Regis.
Yeah, he's in a position now to better his position. He's on 36. As he prepared to face Toussaint. Murray actually is going to face Toussaint. Toussaint in his 2 overs just went for 5 runs and picked up one important wicket.
That's okay. Let's go, Enoch. Let's go, Enoch. Enoch, I'm backing you, Enoch. I'm backing you, guy. 4 dot ball I want. 4 dot ball I want here, Enoch. Just 4. Let's go, Enoch. Let's work, guy.
Regis comes in to strike. Clipped. Down to mid-wicket, backward square. Fielder comes in, take a beautiful catch. Really had to dive forward and picked up probably just inches before it hit the ground. And Chanel Regis goes again, looking to clip this one, probably looking to clear that backward square area. Just wasn't able to clear it. And the fielder coming in, they really take a brilliant catch.
Yeah, really good catch there by Cleveland Bartholomew. Again, at one of our under 19 players. Really made the ground, and he had to dive, got the dive in, and really got it inches away from the ground. But certainly a really good catch there by him.
Yeah, beautiful catch, and I think he was quick to the ball, moved very well, and was able to pick it up just before it touches the ground. So a good break there again for offsetter, 90 for 4 into the 14th over, and to lose the wicket of Chandler Regis. No, I think upsetters can feel really they could, for the next few overs, they could strangle the batting of power hitters.
Yeah, they will have to really try their best to strangle the batting of the power hitters. Cutson Moore, he's still there. They still have a number of powerful hitters in the back. So they will need to make sure that they put the brakes on here and really keep the brakes on, because we've seen that this team has batting quite a long way down.
Yeah, certainly. The likes of Imran Joseph. He's one that scores very quickly. So it does have batting. Bishop is off the mark. Alfred Bishop, and they'll pick up 2 runs. Good running.
Yeah, that was really good running there by Bishop. Played it and realized that there is an opportunity for 2. They ran the first one really hard. Came back for 2. The fielder had to come all the way from the boundary.
Again, the piece off, you could see him disguising it. And batsman was not able to get to the pitch of it. Again, become a single, but again, it's good thinking by Toussaint. And he seemed to be a player that work at his craft. You can see him in his bowling. He's thinking and consistent more than often.
Yeah, well, he does a lot of work. I can tell you that. He tend to work very hard, especially at the academy, the Junior Murray Academy. And so he's one of the players we try to work, you know, on all different formats. We try to make sure that he understands what it is to bowl the line and length, or what it is to bowl just that good length, so you know how to control the pace at which you bowl. The slower delivery, still a bit more work has to go into it. I think if the batters are really looking at the ball, they will see it. And so we're still working a bit on trying to disguise it. But so far, it's working well for him.
So 95 for 4. Just one delivery to complete the 14th over. Alfred Bishop on 3, Cousin Maurice on 4. So I think in the air, let's see. You're going to drop short of the fielder coming off the boundary there.
Yeah, that was really good movement there by Jeremiah. He got to the ball quickly and released it rather quickly. So, over number 14 comes to an end. And the power hitters, they are 96 for 4. Cousin Murray, he's on 4. And Alfred Bishop on 4. And this partnership now starting, they're just on 6. Again, more importantly, the run rate for the power hitters, they are 6.86. Upsetters will be happy with a run rate just around that region.
Yeah, they have certainly tightened things. In the process, pick up some valuable wickets. They will want to, for the next 6 overs, they'll want to really put some extra pressure on. I see Kem Charles going to come back. He had 2 overs on 19 runs. He's bowling right arm around the wicket.
Yeah, wide delivery there. You can see, I think the plan is to bowl wide. He has the offside field packed, asking the batters to really come after him outside that off stump.
Yeah, and I know in Kem Charles over the years, we know his line of attack, what he tend to want to do. And we have seen him pick up so many wickets, just coming around the wicket, doing that, with the ball just going with the arm outside the off stump. This one's a bit too wide, but you could see it with the arm. It's going to...
And that's where the batsman in Bishop has to be smart.
Yeah.
As he moves across and launches this one. Only picking up 1, but looking at the field, I think if he can just get across and just maybe dab it past that shot third man, it will be a more productive shot than trying to lift it over the infield.
Yeah, you need to look at the gaps, son. You see the off stump, extra cover, a backward point.
So the 140 power hitters coming up in over number 15. just pulling that one and pulling really well for 4. A bit of a mix-up there between the fielders. Really not working together there.
Yeah. See, a mid-wicket fielder is kind of square. One felt the backwards cricket that come with his right and just bring the mid-wicket fielder a bit squarer.
And Murray has done well to find that gap there. And you have the 2 men patrolling the boundary, but he was able to get it in between them and pick up a much-needed boundary. As long as Murray is at the wicket, I think upsetters, they will be wary of his ability to score and score quickly.
Yeah, he can turn the tide very easily. Sort of slow start by his standard. He's on 8. Goes 1 bounce down to the fielder on the boundary. And one has to give good credit to upsetters in terms of the field placement.
Yeah. I think these 2 teams, they know each other well. They tend to play together, some of these boys. And so they know of each other. They know the strengths and the weaknesses. And so it's going to be who could really execute and their plans and really stick to their plans and execute it. They will be the ones coming up trumps.
Yeah, and as I look at both teams, in terms of the bowling of the upsetters team, they seem to boast of some pretty good spinners. And I think that's what they're probably going to be heavily focusing on in terms of the spinners. We have seen spinners opening the bowling and bowling pretty well. The likes of, then they have the likes of Cyprian Forsyth, who also bowls off spin. This goes down to the vacant slip position for 4. Shortish delivery. The batsman there in Bishop, I think, was looking to hit a bit square, came up the edge and went just to the right of the keeper. The short third man fielder had no chance. He was wide. And Bishop picked up a well-deserved boundary. He goes to 10. 110 for 4 in 16th over. This one goes just a backward square to pick up a single in the process.
Yeah, again, Toussaint bowling well.
Let's go, Enoch. Let's go.
3.2, only going for 16, picking up 2 wickets. And it's really been backed up well in the field by the fielders.
Keep going, keep going. You see what I'm doing? You see what I'm doing? They can't advance, they can't advance. Keep going, guys. Let's go, guys. Come on in up. Let's go.
Umpires Rupert Folas, Isaiah Thomas. He's no other presided in.
Nothing. That's fine. That's fine. Keep going.
Again,
in
good line by
yes.
by Toussaint. Trying to keep it full, just ball angling from outside the off stump into the right-handed batsman, but not giving them the opportunity to swing the bat, but keeping it really tight. $104, 113 for 4.
Keep going. The pressure is on here. Young fella here in a big final. Let's go. Oi. One, only one. Well done.
Again, Toussaint bowling some really good areas. Not really allowing the batters to get underneath the deliveries. He has been just about Yorker length. What is good about him, again, he's changing his piece. Yeah. So the batters, they really have to keep their eye on that ball.
No boundaries here and we fight. No boundaries.
He goes over the wicket to the right-handed Bishop.
Nothing. All right, that's okay. That's okay. Imagine the 18th over, they take a single. That's fine. We go up with that.
So he completes his spell, Toussaint. His 4 overs are going for 20 runs, picking up 2 very important wickets. The total goes to 115 for 4 after 16, some 4 overs remaining. And power hitters, they will want to put a bit of pep in their steps right now and really look to power the ball over the boundary.
Yeah, they want to push it for the next 4 overs. They have the like of Imran Joseph to come. We all know what Kotsumori can do. But they are coming up against a team that have some experienced players with it also. So maybe not as easy as we think it is.
Yeah, St. Paul has only bowled 1 over. He was a bit expensive, went for 13, but we know that the likes of St. Paul, he can come in and really give you some good overs.
So Charles it is.
This is the type of hitting that you need. Bishop doing really well to get over to the offside and spang that one through the gap there. The cover and the mid-wicket and the mid-off had no chance.
Yeah, good shot.
And so the mid-off down to long off. Extra cover. This one is a bit wide. Just trying to hide it there, as we would say in local cricket.
Yeah, that's a tendency of Kem Charles. Wide and wide off the off stump. The batsman make the mistake. Outside the off stump.
Again, Bishop just launching that one. It's gone all the way. 6 runs.
Wow, wow, that's a tremendous shot. I just chipped down a bit and that's smoothly over long off. Tremendous shot there by Bishop. Really is displaying some ability there that we don't often see. It's a good movement of the feet.
I can tell you that Bishop is a player that has been around the St. Andrews League for quite a while. And normally he's very hard on Teddy Bishop because they are relatives. And so he often would banter with Teddy to let him know, hey, I have been doing this thing for quite a while, so you had to learn a thing or two from me.
Yeah, we have seen him also playing in St. David's, and seem to have been doing pretty well. But just from his short stay, he's on 23. And does seem as though he strikes the ball well.
Yeah, 23 of 14, some 16 minutes, 2 fours and 1 6. Strike rate of 162. So far, he's making really good connection with the deliveries.
So that completes his over. So two Saint. I see. Saint is as ball is 4 overs, 2 for 20.
Yeah, Charles also completing his 4 overs, and he has gone for 43, not picking up a wicket. By the standards of Kem Charles, you would say that is a bit expensive.
Yeah. It is. He's sort of bowler that keeps him very tight.
And that's Jonathan Taylor into the attack.
Another player who would have played for Grenada on the 19 team. A committed cricketer is one that shows, quite a lot of interest, 130 for 4. Bishop 25, Murray. Murray's on 12.
Yeah, Murray looking to get after Taylor here. I think he knows the importance of really clearing the boundary at this stage.
Well, he doesn't have much time. We are in over number 18, so I expect that we'll see some fireworks somewhere pretty soon.
Getting a hold of this one is Murray, and it's going to bounce. It clears the ropes, a matter of fact. And really got some good connection there. It was hit into the wind, but it still has the legs to carry over the ropes.
Yeah, and at first glance didn't look so he got it as he wanted. I think he stood looking to see the ball was go down the throat of a fielder, but it really cleared that mid-wicket area by a long way. Only tells you the ability that he possesses and how he can hit that ball. Because really he was not in position. It was a short delivery, but you can see his clear intention. Anything up, he's going to go with it. As he gone down to that mid-wicket fielder. Again, having to reach for that. And good bowling there by Taylor. He slowed this one up, so Murray had to reach for it. And hit it down to the long mid-wicket fielder. And it's dropping just in front of him.
Again, credit to the field placing of the upsetters. Really, I don't think that Bishop really was in a position to hit that one. He was in no position whatsoever. Taylor just seemed to be dropping that one into the surface and not really looking to hammer it in, but just get it to go into the surface. Slower delivery and well directed. So the power hitters, they lose another wicket. It's 137 for 5. We're in over number 18.
Yeah, just another 13 deliveries to go. Actually, Maurice on 19.
So they had it in Joseph. He's out. He will be looking to help the power hitters. He's someone that has been known for his power hitting. When he's really on song, he does clear the boundary by a long way.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see how he negotiates. He set up players sometimes, you don't know in the mood he comes in. But we know he hits the ball very long. Good center of bowling. Really good center of bowling, a slow delivery. I know just in a position where it would have been juicy player to want to go for that shot.
Yeah, certainly. I think if he held his shape and really looked at the ball a bit longer, he might have made a better effort in terms of really getting that ball over the rope. You can see he was just pulling away and looking to swing for the fences.
So we into over number 19. Let's see who will 19 over. 137 for 5 for hitters. Being sent into bat by upsetters.
Vehicle back over there. Trophy.
And so with only 2 overs remaining and the score 137 for 5, St. Paul. And he's into Murray. Murray launches well. That one will clear the ropes by some distance.
Yeah, I got shot and he seemed to have been waiting for that. It was a slow one, but he picked it well. And you could see him at that right clip reach out and swing it over long on and really clear the long on fence easily. This is what we know that he can do. He moves to 25, 143 for 5 with the 19th over. St. Paul just coming back for his second over.
One time.
And again, Murray just looking to clear the legs. And maybe once he's offline, try to get on and need that one. But instead, he played it along the ground, recognizing it was too full.
Yeah, that's off.
That was good thinking by St. Paul. He tried to get it right up. So no room to get under it. And Murray giving himself room, was only able to hit it down to long off. But I think with into the 19th over, we should see some fireworks.
Yeah, 144 for 5.
For 5. This shooting playing for a big price. We'll be disappointed if it doesn't get probably 170 at least.
Yeah,
just another single, so.
I do think they will be disappointed if they don't get close to 170. And they have the power, we know that. It's just a matter of where they're going to find the gaps. Are they going to go over the top? And how often are they prepared to go over the top? The intent is there from Murray. And again, good execution from St. Paul.
Yeah, and he makes sure he pitches that one a little bit shorter, closer to the body, so he didn't give him the room.
Yeah, again, just going into the surface.
Never two.
As we see some ball coming from all angles, different angles. Keeping it pretty tight despite the 6 in the first over. He's come back well.
Yeah, it's a very tricky customer, St. Paul.
He seems to be coming from mid-off. Should have some experience. I've been playing a long time. In short delivery. Not giving him the room there. I think he was bent on looking for the ball up to him to hit over the top. And that has been seemed to be his mindset. So in time he put his shot into the body, he struggled to get back to it. And that's what happened there in that final delivery.
Yeah, I think the batter has to remember that the most you can remain steady when it comes to playing the cricket ball. He was on the move, and it's important to follow him slightly. So just cramping him even further and not being able to free the hands to get, that power through that shot.
So that's an important point you raise in terms of your preparation. No, you can't be bent on saying you're only waiting for one particular thing. You put yourself in a position to play either on the front foot or on the back foot. I think if that was done, they probably would have been in a position to pick up that short ball and hit it somewhere through mid-wicket. So, an important point in terms of your preparation. What do you do in terms of preparing? Would you bent on waiting for the ball pitch up, or you put yourself in a position to either go forward or play back? I think so many times that seemed to be the issue with some of our batters, even this situation.
Yeah, you certainly want to be clear in your mind as to what you need to do. Final over, 148 for 5. How much will they get? Let's see. Taylor bowls to Murray. He hits this one.
Yeah.
Only a single. And again, you're seeing that.
No boundaries here, Taylor, and we are
Full and wide.
No boundaries, we are fine.
So you couldn't do much.
Stay.
Position, stand, you wait, see what's happening. And it's so important how you stand, how you prepare yourself. In a position with easy to either go back or to go forward. So, Joseph. Keynes. Short delivery, but importantly close to the body. Controlling.
Yeah, again, using the surface there, Taylor. Really hitting that one into the surface. Not trying to get it too low or too close to the batter where you can swing through. You have to stay over it if you want to get anything out of it. This is where he makes his mistake. Once you get up there, the batters, the wicket is so good that you can play through the line of the delivery. And so he wants to avoid that area. The length that he had a while ago is what he needs to bowl.
Yeah, pitch up, and from the time it was pitch up, or it's out of here. We know the power of Joseph. He's sort of player that's really hit the ball a far distance. And as we see here, that one go over the fence and into the road. And the player just going out to retrieve the ball. So Joseph off the mark with 6. Murray on 29, 155 for 5. We have just 3 deliveries remaining in the inning.
Yeah, these 3 deliveries will be very important for the upsetters.
Well, you can get 18 runs from those 3 deliveries, still get up to the 170. So important, yeah. Take probably off stump guards. shot. And he was swinging even before, and that goes over long for another 6. What was so good about is where he took his stand on the off stump. So you put yourself in a position to reach the ball if it's pitched wide out there. So I think the only thing there is that because he could have played it off the back foot, he was short enough. But again, the power of the man.
Yes, so again, what was important and what was good is that as the bowler was about to deliver, he was steady. You can see him get there, and his bat lift is there, and he's steady. He's waiting.
Well, there's 2 more 6s to go. Let's see. And that was, and he didn't pick the slow one, but it was in the slot. He got a single.
Brief delivery there by Taylor. He backed himself for the slower delivery and executed well. It's lucky that Joseph didn't really read it because of the length. I think it did pose some danger, but he got away with it.
162 for 5. Imran Joseph 14, Customary 29. As he prepares to face what would be the final delivery. And where does this go? What a tremendous shot with this final. That's a superb shot. Ball pitched up, and it speaks to the power of Kosamori. Ball pitched up, and yet he was able to get on it and hit it for 6. So that completes the inning of power hitters. Remembering that they lost the toss and were sent into bat by upsetters. Ended 168 for 5. Certainly, it takes some good power hitting just coming down to the end. With Kosamori not out on 35 and Imran Joseph not out on 14. So after 20 overs, 168 for 5. We're just going to quickly give you just a rundown of the scorecard. It's really a big
68 for 5 of 20. Raquel Sylvester was caught St. Paul of the bowling of Noel. Scored 4. And of course the run out of Sheldon Joseph was run out by George for 29. He scored. Shondell Regis was caught Bartholomew of the bowling of Toussaint. Well played, 36 of 33 balls, 47 minutes at the crease, and hit 3 4s and 2 6s. So it was a good cameo. Hudson Murray was not out 35, hit a couple of hefty blows, had 1 4, sorry, yes, that's correct, 1 4 and 3 6s. Really batted very well. That's Kurt Murray was caught St. Paul of the bowling of Toussaint for 10. And Joseph, that's Imran Joseph, not out 14. Ariel Bishop was bowled by Taylor for 25. So 168 for 5 of 20 overs. Extras were 15, 2 byes, 2 leg byes, and 11 wides. So they were not very disciplined in regards to the wides. Let's look at the bowling figures here. In Kemp Charles, 4 overs, no mid, none for 43, rather expensive. Jerron Noel had 1 for 18 of 4. Javel St. Paul had none for 24 of 2. He too was expensive. Calvin Blash was severely treated, particularly in his second over, but in the end, none for 32 of 4. Enoch Toussaint, 4 overs, 2 for 20, no maidens. And Jonathan Taylor, 2 overs, yielding 27 runs. Good cameo in the end, a partnership of 31 between Imran Joseph and Cutson Murray, who scored 35, and with a run rate of 8.40, the total, of course, 168 for 5. So, of course, we'll have the run chase coming up. Power hitters 168 for 5, and upsetters will be chasing down that target. Will be on to bring you the broadcast.
Yeah, Mike, thank you. So welcome back to the second half of the NLA GCA T20 finals. We're live here in Spa. The umpires are out. Openers are out there for the upsetters team.
Come on, boys. Let's work, boys.
Don't forget that the upsetters team is chasing 169 for victory, 168 to tie the game, 169 to win.
So welcome back here at Progress Park. The final half of this very important game. Power hitters versus upsetters. Upsetters requiring 169 for victory. And one imagine that this would be very competitive, probably going down the wire. We must see that the conditions up here continue to be brilliant, continue to be really good for cricket. And certainly as I welcome back past home, we're expecting really a keen contest.
I think so. Power hitters 168 for 5 of their allotted 20. And they scored at 8.45. Now, here's an opportunity for upsetters. They've got Gerald Jeremiah and Kim Charles who will open the batting for them, and they would have to set a good platform so that they can make this huntable. So it's all up for grabs here. It's the final.
And interestingly, boys that start to spin, caught Murray, picking up the attack from that northern end. Again, the feeling is that the slow bowler is going to create probably more difficulty.
It's not a bad move, and he's been bowling well too, even from the youth tournament. So when you've got confidence, I think you've got to utilize it. And this is a fine opportunity for Murray to show his real bowling ability, but that was short and cut behind point for 4.
Yeah, bad delivery, given the right treatment. Again, just pulling it down a bit. And it's very short, and Jeremiah had no difficulty in playing this one square on the offside and with the field in. You know, it reads across the top for 4.
It's one of the guilty features of the bowlers in the matches today so far. Just been far too short, and I'm not suggesting that you need to overpitch, but if you don't get your length right on this wicket, you can be punished, and punished severely too.
Yeah, it was very evident throughout the day in terms of the amount of bowlers that bowl short. This one is lifted. Where does this horse go? Yeah, it just goes over the backward point there, and they come back for 2 runs.
Yes, peeling off the outer edge of the bat, it did spiral and then went down to the backward point area. A couple of fielders chasing and managed to pull it back just inside. But you can see the intent of Jeremiah here. He's going to be going hard rather early.
Yeah, and that one is slightly pitched up. Looking to hit it over the top.
Yeah, that delivery was a bit faster through the air. Though it was flatter, but it was faster.
Yeah, it's a big contest. Winning prize of $10,000. So really there's a lot to play for.
You won't get your hand on any of that, Ripple.
This one is pulled well down to mid-wicket, goes across the rope. Again, a bit of a missed feeling by the fielder on the boundary.
and give the batsman the opportunity of picking up another boundary. That ends the first over 10 without loss.
Yes, a pretty productive over there for upsetters with Jeremiah in aggressive frame of mind. Last delivery was pulled through with wicket and went for 4. So good start here. And don't forget the run rate, required run rate at the commencement of the innings, 8.40. And the first over has yielded 10.
So just a note in terms of, we look at the pitch, how it played throughout the day, and really it has been very good. And I think particularly for the batters, we haven't seen the bowlers, per se, exploit in any way, or any, let's say the faster bowlers or the spinners doing anything, extraordinary. But has been a good cricket wicket for 2020 games.
Yeah, we walked out there earlier, Raphael, and looked at it. It looked flat. Might have been a little preparation moisture in it, but by and large, you saw the flatness of it, and you knew that it was going to be a batting wicket, and it's proven to be that so far.
So the Murray brothers opening Cousin, this one, and he's coming from this southern end, and it's so good. I'm happy to see him bowl from this end. We have been seeing him bowling consistently from the road end or the northern end, but I think this to me is probably the ideal end for the left-handed seamer. And it's so good to see him coming from the southern end.
Yeah, it's not very often you've got two brothers operating at different ends for the same team. They will get an overthrow. No, decided against it. Yes, they will get it. Bad, really bad cricket. It's a nightmare for bowlers who know that maybe a shot deserves 1. And because you're not backed up very well by your teammate, turns out to be 2. Could be rather frustrating. But he's got to put that behind his back, his Kurtzson. Whoa, there might be a bit of a trouble here. And there is an appeal for run out. I think he's gone. Yeah, run out. Oh, my golly. It was a wide, I think, signal. Wasn't it a wide, Raphael? I think it was signal wide.
Yeah, signal wide.
Yes, went down to third man. There was start and stop, and obviously the communication between both players really was bad, and it turned out to be ill-fated.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate there. Already a wide, and really one should have been, you had an extra one, which made it 2. And he was turning to attempt another one. And really had to dash back. And really there was no need for that. So really unfortunate. Yeah.
I think in addition to that, the striker who is the non-striker who, of course, has better vision of the ball because of the location of it.
Yeah.
Of course, you have to depend rather than the ball at your back or your back facing the ball. These are cardinal things that you've got to look at.
Yeah. So Jeremiah, unfortunately, run out there. One of the, and again, we have seen that he looked to be the attacking player and hitting down to backward point for 4 and then over the top. And having lost his wicket by the run-out route.
And got to 10 with two boundaries. So the new batsman is
Cavan Bartholomew.
So not the best of start for upsetters, who are 13 for 1 into over number 2.
Bartholomew being one of the young players who have done very well in the under-19, winners under-19 tournament. I think he picked up quite a bit of wickets. Second most wicket in the tournament. Also, he's on to the Windward Islands under-19 team. Just over that shot, leg slip position and goes down to the boundary for 4. Lifting delivery there. And he clipped it. I don't think he was looking to play it so close. But it just went over that short fine leg field and go down to the boundary for 4.
It wasn't a dangerous shot per se. Yes, the fielder was there, but it was over his head. Even on jumping, still was about 2 feet over his head. But the idea was good, to get inside the line and use the tide of the ball and just turned it nicely down to the fine leg area for 4. I would say well played in the end.
Yeah, played it well. Should be 17. We make it here just so. And they pick up. So it's 18, 20 for 1. And Cosmore in his first over going for 10 runs in this over so far.
Yeah, it's a good start, albeit they've lost a wicket, but with 20 for 1 and the second over is not completed yet. So the run rate is just over 10, which is pretty good. This might just turn out to be a real good contest. They're going to go back for the second. The return comes in, belated, and they get 2. The feature already, yes, Raphael, admittedly that the wicket to fall has happened through the run-out route. Yet you've seen good energetic running between the wickets.
Yeah, they continue to look positive. You know, as I said, really, you have all to play for in this encounter, nothing to lose. So you have to really go all out. You need to see positiveness from both teams. Runs is already on about 168. And certainly, I think offsetters should make every effort to try to get to that score. And therefore, it will require them to be positive in everything that they do. Both in the running between the wicket, the shot selections, and the whole approach should be everything about positive. Really, there's nothing to lose. There's all to gain in this encounter.
Yes, it's not about a boundary-studded innings, although that is so important, but running between the wickets and looking for singles and twos, as the case may be, it's important. That is driven down to the deep sweeper position, and they will come back for the second run. Got right on top of that one is Charles, and stroked it nicely between the cover point and cover, and it went very close to the boundary for 2. We're in over number 3 now. Dot ball by Kurt Murray. First over, I think, went for 10. So he has an opportunity to redeem himself here.
Yeah, one sense that this game could really go down to the wire. Very competitive. And, you know, as you say, these two players know each other very well. All played for St. Davis. Kurt Murray, obviously the younger player. And the loud appeal.
There's an appeal for caught behind, gone. That might have been the faster one. The players are all jubilant outside the off stump. And he was looking to bang that through the offside. It might have just taken a thin edge. The catch taken. And so upsetters, they've lost another wicket. They're now 24 for 2 as Kem Charles goes.
Yeah, big wicket, Kem Charles being the captain. Looking to hit this one. Shortish in length, but as you said, probably was a quicker delivery. And probably he's just beaten in terms of the pace of that delivery, taking the edge. And the keeper standing up took a good catch. And really another good blow struck there. 24 for 2. And power hitters will feel it's the sort of start they wanted, picking up 2 important wickets. We are into the 3rd over. So Javed Hazard replaces Kem Charles, dashing right-handed batter. And we see that power hitters maintain 1 slip. Down there and yeah, that show really coming in very high, but I think he probably chose the wrong end. So Hazard off the mark with 2. $26 for 2. And that completes the 3rd over. Successful over there for Court Murray. He has bowled 2 over, pick up 1 for 14. Upsetters need to get 169 for victory. Cavan Bartholomew is on 8, Hazard on 2. And run rate 8.67. Still a good run rate to require 8.41.
Yes, but they've lost 2 wickets, and 2 important wickets too. Ill-afforded. So these 2 at the crease, in Bartholomew and Hazard, they must think about repairing. That's got to be immediate on the mind now. And we understand the importance of acceleration, fine, yes, but that must not be the principal factor right now coming into play. It's got to be consolidating and repairing, or repairing and consolidating this innings that now stands at 26 for 2.
Yeah, they must dig in, sort of build a sort of foundation. Court Murray, again, looking to swing, but again, it's good to see the positiveness in both batters.
And Murray's coming from wrong the wicket, maybe just seeking to cramp up the right-handed batsman. I think he started over the wicket. You've got to be thinking all the time, watching at your angles, not allowing the batsman to become accustomed to what you're doing, and not to be predictable. Change of pace, change of angle, change of trajectory. Dab down to the 3rd man area, and they come back for the 2nd run. Nice to see them running the 1st run quickly.
Yeah, good run by Hazard. He was really quickly off the mark and came back very quickly. But again, we continue to see the short ball being shot, and even the wicket that went in the last over was from a short delivery. The bowler just seeming not being able to pick a good length.
Yeah, he really clobbered that. He hit that well. It was short, and we just want to confirm whether the umpire signaled a no ball. Did he?
Yeah, he did. Actually, there's a no ball. Overstep in there. And that was picked up from outside the off zone by Hazard. This is the sort of player Hazard is. You know, he is going to put back the ball and swung it over a wide long on. And it really sailed over the ropes for 6. Just 7 runs from that delivery.
It was a good hit. It really was a good hit. Came up from the meaty part of the bat. And it went airborne over the boundary. All the fielders looked helplessly at it. And to compound it, Murray overstepped. So it's going to be a free hit. Can't get dismissed except via the run-out route. It does hurt a bowler, refill, and also hurt a team when you go for a boundary, and in addition to that, there's a free hit, so there's a potential boundary in the next delivery.
Yeah, it does hurt the team, and obviously the bowler will really feel it. Seeming to stay a while to retrieve the ball. But one aspect, that Hazard is going to put batter ball. This is the sort of player he is. So if he gets off well, he could really put his team in a good position, but still a long way to go.
Yeah, still 133 to get from 16.4 overs. So it's a long way to Shiloh. Surprised that the ball they've taken so long to retrieve it.
Yeah, that's actually right in front of the stand.
Yeah, it is a large-sized ground, so maybe it went into some obscure area, maybe got into a hole. Or but I am surprised that they've not retrieved it as yet.
The light continued to shine brightly, the sun. Progress Park looks picture.
Yeah, this ground is rather nostalgic. In fact, the first time I represented my school, back then, this was the ground I got my debut match. Didn't score many. I think I must have scored around 8 runs. That's what my memory recollects.
Did you remember how you were dismissed?
I was given out leg before. Can't remember the bowler. But I was given out leg before.
You given out.
I did, in fact, replace Rafael Guy, who was not in good form at the time. And it was a controversial replacement. The headmaster didn't want me to play in that game, and Kenny Hobson thought that the replacement was worthy. And that's gone for 6-2. Whoa, it didn't look for a moment as though it would go all the way, but it certainly did. Got down on one knee and hit that over the extra cover area, and it went for 6. Oh, that was a mighty blow. That was a great hit.
Yeah, really a powerful blow there. And you can see he put the leg and really swung all that he had. And that went over extra cover for 6.
It's quite an extraordinary shot. He didn't move into it in that conventional way. He went down on the knee really, and slashed it over extra cover for 6. Now he turns it in contrasting style, down to backwards. Coming back for the second, they've got to hurry, the return comes in. But just managed to get there. It was not the best return in the world. And so the keeper didn't get it full-bloodedly into the glove. And they got 2. But good, fine, aggressive running. It was close, but managed to get there. I guess they assessed it well.
So this has been really a good over. Of course, Murray in his second over has already gone for 30. And Hazard is on 18.
Yeah, he's played very well. Moved on to 19. That delivery just turned out on the onside and got a comfortable single just in front of square. 45 for 2. And we're still in over number 4. It's the last delivery coming up.
So we're going to probably see some further spin.
Had a big heaver, that one. Advanced down the pitch. didn't make contact. So the over has come to an end. 45 for 2, 4 overs gone.
So 45 for 2 after 4 overs. Javed has a 19, Kevin Bartholomew on 9. And they're already scoring at 11.25. Really has been a positive start despite the 2 wickets they lost. But they're keeping up with the run rate. Matter of fact, in front of the run rate. They just have to try to secure the wickets, make sure that wicket doesn't fall. But this pair has been doing well so far. They are put on just 21. Scott Murray in his third over. He picked up 1 for 14 so far. Very interested to see the approach of Hazard. Still in the power play.
Yeah, I think it's a good, nice gripping game. Evenly perched now, nicely balanced at 46 for 2, going after a victory target of 168. So they're on course in regards to the run rate. There's no challenge there at the moment, but they've lost 2 wickets, quite crucial.
Again, beating that ball going right through. Bartholomew looking to hit off the back foot.
He's rather subtle there, is Murray. Times increases the pace and takes pace off. They come back for the second run. The return comes in. They get 2. And that's how important it is. It's about variation and varying your pace, which I think he does pretty well. Kurt Murray from the far end. And the run-in between the wickets by these two has been pretty good. Still 121 runs to go, so it's a pretty tall order. It's still early days in this run chase. No, he's got under that one and lifted it high and hard and handsome, and that's gone all the way. That's a big hit. Ooh, that was hit hard. And he didn't bother to run. From the moment he hit it, he knew it had gone beyond the boundary. That's a fine shot. Really lovely shot by Bartholomew.
Yeah, that was well played. He caught in the position nicely. Ball pitched up, and he got under it and lifted it over long on safely. And it just seemingly just went across the road, but a good and positive hit. That brought up the 54 for 2, and we still in the 5th over. So really good run rate. Hazard on 20, Bartholomew is on 17, and we have seen the first real positive shot from Bartholomew.
Oh, it was a hefty blow.
Yeah.
Hit it well. So we've seen quite a bit of sixes in the matches here.
It speaks to the surface.
Yeah, very good. You can play through the line. It's a very true, authentic surface, batsman friendly. So a bit of a hold up in play, as that ball, I reckon, went such a long way. Whether they found it, I know that maybe they did. I'm not sure whether the replacement ball was accepted.
So 115 runs required. Still have the better part of 15 overs.
Yeah. 54 for 2. Good running, really good running. Played that one with soft hand. It's a good partnership developing here. 31 so far between Hazard and Bartholomew. Hazard 20. Bartholomew's 18. Short, flatter one, turn down to the backward square area. They're coming back for the second. The return goes to the non-striker's end, and they get 2. Now, this is really good cricket. Looking for the gaps, looking for the spaces, and playing a lot with angles. Picked up 2. So some 5 overs gone. 57 for 2. Still 112 needed, but the run rate is very, very good. It's 11.40. So they've got to score at just over 7 runs per over.
It was called now really for sensible batting, you know, good judgment, good selection of shots. Really have been a good start. 57 for 2, 18 to Bartholomew and 22 to Hazard. See. 169 is the target. Tyrone Charles, another young under 19 player.
Yeah, this is a good learning ground for these young players. In the air, somebody's going to take the catch.
An important blue stroke there. Short delivery there. And the batsman there, Bartholomew, looking to probably hit it over cover. And only succeeded, hit a high there. And we just coming around and take a rather simple catch. And really another blow stroke there. Important blow. This partnership has been doing very well.
Yeah, it was a short delivery. This is the first delivery of his over. Charles dug it in. And I think his eyes lit up and maybe wanted to tug it because it was not like on the middle stump or midland leg. And when you've got to sort of fetch it from outside the off stump and try to pull, when it's Rapel above the shoulder, it becomes very, very difficult to effect the shot.
Yeah, sometimes better you hit it square over point.
Yes.
It's much easier.
And of course, to do that, you've got to get inside the line of it. So another wicket has fallen. Bartholomew was caught Reggie's and of the bowling of Charles. It was a good little innings he played, and he's gone for 18. Cyprian Forsyth now joins Hazard.
Just looking at the option that power hitters have in terms of bowling.
Wayward delivery, wide signal by the umpire.
Yeah, really poor bowling, almost similar to the first delivery. This one was a bit wider. But just looking at the option in terms of the bowling that power hitters has, There's Sheldon Joseph and Imran Joseph. We know who bowls pretty quickly. Charles is on. Don't seem to have much. Well, Chandler Regis normally bowls a spin. So he probably going to be one of the bowlers out that will come on. And then we have Richard Rogers, a good leg spinner. So it will be interested with Rogers and Regis. So it's important that Hazard bat as long as possible.
Yeah, it's about the setting.
Yeah, we haven't seen much spin cut. Maurice, the only one they have used so far.
Really he's really
bowling.
spraying it.
Really poor bowling. And I think all this is because of the lack of work of these players. Have been working at the game. So when called upon institution, they find it very difficult to be able to deliver.
You're right. It's so important that your work ethics be of high standard. Oh, that was a short one. Rose and had to get out of the way, pulled his head back inside the line.
We haven't seen much of these other deliveries for the day, but this one really seemed to have bent his back.
Yeah, dug it in.
Lifted and seemed to call back in a bit.
Yeah, it snaked back not a long way, but sufficiently to have him looking awkward. It was like sun dancing. They get two from a misfield there at extra cover. So important for players to be on their heels, on their toes rather, being alert. Such an important feature of the game. Got to be cat-like in the field. Diving effort, and that's going to go down to third man. It was outside the off stump and went onto the back foot and cut. And he wanted to hit that straighter. He took the outer edge. Fielder there, the lone slipper, or maybe in a short gully, was diving across to his right and was not able to cut it off, and maybe dropped a little if we got to him, but it would have been a great effort had he stopped it. But it yielded 4.
Yeah, it's not the best of overs by Charles. I think he's a bit erratic, very short and wide.
On the body, turned it behind square. See what the umpire says. In fact, 4 runs. He did get something onto it. Yes, he was just got inside the line and tickled it. And then there's a short fine leg who hurled himself to try and cut that off. Wasn't able to do that. And it went down to the boundary for 4. Productive over the coming to an end. So after some 6 overs, the score has galloped to 70 for 3 at a very impressive run rate of 11.67.
Yeah, Charles, it was not one of his better overs. I think he sprayed it all over the place, and he started off picking up a wicket of a short delivery. That really should give him, what it takes to really bowl a good over. We saw him continue to bowl short, and the batsman really took advantage of it. So he went for 12 in that over, but he shouldn't be happy with the quality of that over that he bowled.
No, he shouldn't be happy at all. He sprayed it about the place. And it's a matter of consistency, how important it is to be consistent. And you do not get that on match day. That has to be done in the net. That has to be done at practice. Yeah. That's why so many players have turned out so very well. When it's time for practice, they make sure they got it right, perfecting their particular skill in preparation for match day. So whether it's about running in and ensuring that you don't bowl a no ball, or whether you want to hit a particular area as a bowler, that has to be principal factors that you pay attention to. And when match day turns up, it becomes a much easier proposition.
So Cotmore in his final over. Again, he went for, so you look at his stats, 26 in the first 3 overs.
Yeah, they need to have somebody who is economical power hitters. Because if this continues as it's going sequentially, they can chase down that total quickly.
Yeah, so that's 4 dot deliveries. They will need some tight overs to be bowled, just to put the pressure back on. The scoring rate is scoring at a very good rate.
They're going to come back for the second run, and they get it. Good running.
I think it was well played by Forsyth with long on and place. He didn't try to do too much, but just push it to that vacant mid-wicket position and had the time to come back for 2.
Short cuts down to extra cover. Gets another single. So Hazard has played very well for 32. Good opportunity for Forsyth to stay there with him. Over comes to an end. 7 overs gone. Is 73 for 3.
Yeah, good one. Murray only going for 3 in that over. Finishes spell at 1 for 28, 1 for 29 in his 4 overs. So he would be a bit pleased with coming back in that particular over and keeping it in the single figures. But 73 for 3 and just 7 overs. Upsetters will still think that they're in a good position in chasing that total of 169 that is needed for victory.
Yeah, they have no concern really about the run rate, which is above what is required. They've lost 3 wickets, though. I think the match is about even here, or maybe Upsetters have just nosed ahead a little, but can't be by much.
Charles, who didn't have the best of his first over, let's see. In shortish in length. So we're probably going to see the likes of either probably Chanel Regis or Rogers, 2 of the other spinners. .74 for 3. Charles in his second over.
I think we've got a good match developing here, Rafael. Really good match. Might just come down to the wire. Nothing is better than having a very close, fascinating contest.
Yeah, all indication just gives one the impression that it will be the sort of finals that we all come to expect. A tight one.
And that's what finals should be. I don't think it should be lopsided. It must be a close contest, fascinating one. Good cricket, really good, sensible cricket. Just playing with soft hand there. Forsyth and picking up a single. Bringing Hazard back into strike.
Yeah, much better over by Charles. One hopes that he can end well. Still on the short side. That have been a lot closer to the batsman. Not really giving them the room. So he has gone for 4 runs in this over with 1 delivery to go.
Clips that through mid-wicket. It's going to be a chase here. Will ball win? Yes, ball wins. 4. Nice shot. It was pitched up on the pad. And he came forward, Hazard, and he drove it sweetly. The timing was superb. The placement was excellent. And resulted in a fine boundary through mid-wicket. Well played. He's gone now to 34. 8 overs completed, 81 for 3.
Yeah, and good position. No, I think they probably just have their head a bit in front. But we know how funny this game can be.
Sure, right. It is a funny old game, that.
Hazard 34 and Forsyth on 9. And let's see who takes up the attack from that northern or the road end.
You can't help but talk more and more about the pitch, which is so conducive for stroke play. It's very true. So you can play through the line, you can be onto the back foot and cut. Not many of the batsmen we've seen with the use of the feet. To the spinners, I mean, peeling off the outer edge, that goes down to third man, will be cut off. They're going to come back. No, they won't. Good return. Just a 1 bounce into the gloves of Celestine.
So
Forsyth comes into strike.
Sheldon Joseph pick up the attack from the northern end. Okay, medium pace.
Well bowled, well played too. Just pushed out to short extra cover. You played on this ground, Raphael?
Yeah, I played on this ground. Obviously, it was not in this condition, and I played.
Oh, no. It's been remarkably improved, hasn't it?
In the air, the cover goes wrong, and just get a hand to it, but was not able to hold on. Ball just moving away from him. Unfortunately, we didn't have the beauty of these facilities to play on. One remembers playing in Tantini, gravel actually.
Yes.
So we came through some rough terrain. I think this is why our cricket was of such a high standard. After coming off these terrain and being able to do so well when we go on to go to wicket. But we never had the quality facility that we have. And one remembers even last year, it wasn't like it is now.
That's correct.
You know, most of the venues, Victoria Park in Grenville was never like it was. Yeah, Coadbury Park, even Guelph, it was, you know. But no, one can see that the facilities of tremendous quality. And you're batting outside there. Nobody can get in your wicket on that wicket there.
Yeah.
Nobody can get in your wicket outside there.
Such a beautiful.
And I think that's the difference in how we played. The passion that does not seem to be there now.
Oh, he has launched a savage hit into that one and has gone all the way for 6. Pitched up, might have been a slower ball too. And he went underneath it and lifted it high and hard and handsome over the long on area. It's gone all the way for 6. That was a great shot, lovely shot by Forsyth, and yielded 6. So that's, is it Hazard?
Yeah, Hazard.
Yes, yielded 6 runs. So he's gone to 35. And we're in over number 9, 84 for 3.
Yeah, and one would probably just need to check the score. I guess one thing that Hazard should be a little bit more. And even the score. But a good shot. It was a slow delivery, and he picked it and lifted it over long and actually crossed the road. And, again, another good over for upsetters. And we'll go with the scoreboard 85 for 3. This is now moved to 92 for 3, which I think is the right score. And 17 to Forsyth, 36 to Hazard. And yes, upsetters, I think, really are in the driving seat. We just have to continue. But you know, interestingly, we are not seeing the spinners. You know, there's the other spinners. Now we've seen a fast bowler coming again from this southern end that look like Joseph, Imran Joseph. But what is important now is wickets.
Yeah, you're sure right. They've lost 3 upsetters, but the run rate is above 10. And they need 77, and quite frankly, a lot can happen before those 77 runs are found. But at this point, you would want to say that it's leaning in their direction. They've played pretty well so far, and this partnership has yielded 35. So they need to get 77 in 11, so exactly 7 runs per over to get there. Raquel Sylvester wrapped on the pad. There's an appeal for leg before, not given out. Ball goes out on the onside, and the batsman saw the opportunity for a single.
Well, they had some baton to that one. And no signal from the umpire.
You got an insider, I would reckon. Yeah, you did, of course, talk about the more challenging conditions that the players of yesteryear played in. There were difficult situations. Delivery slanting down the leg side. Let's see what the umpire says. Diving effort by the keeper. Wide signal. And they went through for a single 2. So those are 2 extra runs. But you talk about even your attire. You know, you had to play in whites, pulled down to the middle wicket area and gets a single. And I remember in my days, you know, some players now would probably have 2 trousers to play in. You had 1 and you had to make the best out of that.
Yeah. yeah, you're certainly right. I think, as I said before, there was a passion. We played this thing for the love of it. You know, so really and truly, we took care of what we had. And I could remember that I spent time to clean my pads.
Right.
I spent time to clean the face of my bat. Make sure that, and then in those times, we used to use the bat that you use oil on. So when you touch that ball, it's like spring.
Yes.
And you had to place it in a dark space. Sometimes I used to place it under the bed. So at least it will really cure. So you spend time in preparing your equipment, your bat, your pads, and make sure you have on the right rubbers, and then we know how we put on the rubbers. Clean up, because you want to look good when you come out. Or cricketers, before when we come out, you know, just your dress alone could cause a selector to think, listen, man. And I have proven that. I have proven that.
Appeal, not given out.
Even at the winners level.
Mm-hmm.
When you think that selectors would look at your whole deportment, how you dress, how you move, how you stand, and all that, you know, all that is so important in terms of, having a selector so decide between two players which player you should go for.
Yes.
And I think that is so important. We spend a lot of time and a lot of care in terms of our clothing, how we dress, and how we look at as cricketers.
And general deportment, of course.
General deportment. I'm not so sure.
Beautiful shot. Really beautiful shot. He came forward, and that was on the pad. And he lifted it nicely. That was a great shot by Forsyth. He's really gotten into a groove now. He's beginning to accelerate and lifted that nicely over mid-wicket and went all the way for 6.
Yeah,
Fine
superb shots. A ball pitched up. Seemed to be a slow delivery, but he really picked it. And he made it look so easily and hit it over that mid-on region and dunked it among the for 6.
Well, the 100 has been posted now. It's a 103 for 3. With Forsyth 25. Hazard 36. So Forsyth trying to catch up with him there. The run rate 10.30. So some 66 runs needed. 66 needed.
So what is required now, in a very good position? What is required is really sensible batting from here on. You don't need to do anything foolish, take any major risks. Just push it around, and really they should get to that 169. But again, this is cricket. This is cricket.
You're right, cricket, lovely cricket.
So just making a point in terms of how we, the importance, the seriousness in which we think about our game and how we prepare ourselves for our game. The wickets, we had nothing like helmets as they have today, so you know you're dealing with wicket at some time, and you know you see the unevenness.
Yes.
And you have to deal with that. So you have to protect your wicket, and then yourself, because one going to kick from more, and then we don't know what's happening under the matting. So that's another.
You're right.
That's another factor.
And delivery that is slanting down the leg side would get a single, and also the umpire didn't signal. Why did he? No, so just a single.
I'm a little surprised that we're not seeing the slow bowlers, which can be a little more difficult to get away.
Yes, I guess the preference is pace on, but it hasn't necessarily worked.
Yeah, it runs slowing pretty easily with the faster bowler.
If the partnership.
I know that they seem to have bowlers that here have the ability to bowl slow. The left armer in Chanel Regis. We haven't seen him. Richard Rogers, a leg spinner that does very well. We also haven't seen him.
Well, let's see whether next over might be called into the attack. Hit down to the long on area, and that's
single, 108 for 3. Forsyth on 30, Hazard on 36.
It was a little wide outside the off stump, but inside the line. Fielding team, power hitters don't look particularly exuberant. 4 runs, lovely shot. Pitched up outside the off stump. And he drove into it, just climbed into it and hit it over down to the extra cover area. And though there is a long off fielder, made grounds to his left, maybe about 25 yards, but wasn't able to pull that off.
Yeah, over pitch delivery, wide off the off stump. And Hazard had all the room just to throw the bat and hit it wide off the long off.
He certainly is creating a hazard here for the his opposing team in power hitters. Want to get that hazard out of the way. He's really motoring on now at 40. Partnership stands at 57. Outside the off stump. Wide signal by the umpire. 1 more to the extras. It's now gone on to 13 rather. Again, that's outside the off stump. Even the keeper had problems in collecting that. Another wide confirmed by the umpire. This is really scrappy bowling now, really bad. Erratic.
Yeah, rather very poor bowling by Joseph. He has gone for 24 in his second over.
So 11 overs completed, 118 for 3, and they need a further 51. So they're on course here. Run rate being 10.73, so that's not a bother, it's not a concern. And the required run rate just over 5 runs per over, which should be relatively easy.
Yeah, they're in a commanding position. That's upset us. As you see, requiring just 51 runs, 9 overs. So we're now going to see some spin. And that seemed to be Richard Rogers. I think if they're going to make any dent, let's see what happens from the spin. As he prepares to bowl to Cyprian Forsyth.
It's been a good knock by Forsyth.
Started slowly, but really picked up. Hit down to long on, just 1 bounce to the fielder. I think this is sort of a challenge that Rogers poses.
Richard Rogers is into his first. Driven back to the bowler. Let's see whether he can really make a difference, how economical he could be. Bit shorter, he's hard into the ground. We're trying to hit the ball too hard. It's Hazard pulling away a bit outside the leg stump, getting the bottom part of the bat. This time he pulls down to the square leg boundary, gets a single. So it's been a good over so far by Richard Rogers. Generous flight, pushed up to extra cover, gets a single. Really good cricket, really good cricket. When it's there for the big booming shot, they hit it. But when it's not for aggressive intents, plays with soft hands and pick up a single or sometimes two, as the case may be.
Good sensible batting in that over. It was a good over by Rogers. He didn't really give them much, but I think both players were able to really pick the singles, just push the ball out and not looking for any big shot. And yet they was able to pick up 4 runs in the over. So the score moves to 122 for 3. Forsyth 33, and Hazard is on 42. So Rogers finishes 4th over, just going for 4. Let's see who will come from that northern end. We should see more spin. Run rate at 10.17. Yeah, so you see a bowler just marking off his own. Cousin Murray. It has been a strong reply by upsetters. Welcome back, Rondell. Really good reply, 122 for 3.
Yeah, it really has been a good reply. This partnership really doing well for the upsetters.
Yeah, I was making the point, Pastor. I'm a little surprised that we have seen more spin from the, from the bowlers, from this particular team, the power hitters. Looking at what would have went down today, it's so much easier for run to be scored off the faster bowler, the medium pieces. But Watson Murray just bowled 4 overs for 18. He bowled well. We have just seen Rogers come on, just went for 4 in his first over. I'm kind of concerned that why not we haven't seen much of the slow bowlers. And as we see, beautiful shot, and hit out of the ground for 6. Short relief by Murray. And we see Peace come back again. Kind of surprised that we haven't seen more.
Yeah, well, definitely, as we say, this wicket is really a wicket that is good for batting. As a fast bowler, once you're not on song, you're not in the right areas, you tend to go very far. And as we just seen there, Forsyth having no difficulty in terms of just getting inside of that one and lifting it powerfully over the mid-wicket boundary.
129 for 3. And very good sensible batting push for another single. One expected Chandel Regis to be on, and they had to come on a little earlier where you put pressure. When they lost 3 wickets, where you're going to put some extra pressure for the batters to score. I didn't think we'd see that. There's something in terms of the strategy that they use, we allow them to settle with the faster bowlers and, you know.
Yeah, certainly. I think the looking at the first inning, you recognize that the spinners played a big part in terms of restricting the scoring rate. They may not have picked up wickets, but they restricted the fast-paced scoring of the power hitters.
Yeah, and as you restrict the scoring rate, you know, it causes the batsman to take more chances. So you put yourself in a position to maybe pick up more wickets. And here again, ball down the leg side, played for another boundary. So really, it's really strange in terms of the strategy being used.
Yeah, certainly it is strange. I did ask about that ploy to bring in the spinners. Regis C does a little bit of off spinning. You have the likes of Rogers, who we saw just bowled for 1 over for just 4 runs. And so it means that they will need somebody who can just slow it up. And that's the issues, that the team doesn't have much spin options. And so you look at they really rely on their fast bowling to really bring them through.
So 134 for 3. We had the completion of the 13th over. And upsetters required 35 runs in some 7 overs. So really should be easy sailing from here. Rogers into his 2nd over, his 1st over, just going for 4. Ball is hit. That goes over long on for 6. And Forsyth really just all timing, just came forward and lifted this one over long on and pick up another 6. That pushes his score on to 46. So he has played a really, really good inning.
Yeah, really good innings there from Forsyth, showing his experience. He's played at all levels, you know, and does bring that sort of calm to the batting of the upsetters team. And his partner there by Hazard, who we've seen in recent times. I think if we go back to last season, T10 was a really big player for the Clove Challengers in terms of, you know, the display that they put on. They got Clove Challengers, got themselves to the finals of the T10. And it was on the back of good batting by Jackson and Hazard and these guys.
Yeah, really a dashing player is Hazard. So are you raising the name of Jackson? Is he in the country?
I'm not certain if he's back as yet. He should be. He should be in. But I've not seen him as yet. They cross for another single. That's the over being completed.
So both players on 49, 145 for 3. And there's still 6 overs to go. It's really come as a walk in the park. There really have been a tremendous reply.
Yeah, certainly a tremendous reply. A partnership of 88 runs between this pair, and they have the run rate at 10.36, so they are way ahead in terms of what is required. Some 24 from 36. will take a Herculean effort to lose from here. And they will really have to be, insane to lose this one.
Well, they will have to lose a match, not the other side winning. They will have to lose.
I quite agree with you there. They will have to lose that one. This is the game of glorious uncertainties, and we know anything can happen as long as it's mathematically possible.
So Imran Joseph going to pick up the attack. And I wouldn't be surprised if he called for the ball. Imran Joseph, the sort of player he is at this moment.
And he's the type of
that he can make something happen.
And that's his forte. That's how he plays. He always thinks that he could take the responsibility to make something happen. And I can tell you, once he gets through to make something happen, his confidence goes through the roof.
That's 50 for Forsyth. Really has played a good hand.
Yeah, really good knock from Forsyth. So 50 coming off 32 deliveries. Really striking it well. He spent some 60 minutes out there. 4 fours, 2 sixes. Had only 10 dot balls. Strike rate of 153. PC delivery there by Joseph. As they're doing well to not really go after that one.
Does plays cricket very hard. Serious.
So yet another upsetter batter bringing up his 50. 54 Javed Hazard. And his 50 coming off 32 deliveries. Some 43 minutes. 2 fours and 4 sixes. 9 dot balls. A strike rate of 156. So these two really striking it well. This one just peeling off the outside edge. And they get one. Really has been a good clinical performance. I can't recall these two batters really giving any chances to the power hitter bowlers. And they really batted well, sensibly, played on merit. One of the things that I really love to see is the way that they ran between the wickets.
Yeah.
I think they did really well.
Yeah, we made mention of that. They were very positive, and even though they would have lost wickets early, 20 out for 2, but they were very positive. And it was important that they remain positive, really, and that is all to gain in this particular game. And with still over 5 hours remaining, really has been a good, really good effort by the upsetters team.
Yeah, it certainly has been a good effort. All in all, today has been a really good day. It's finals day, the NLA GCA T20. And I think we saw 4 of the better teams in action. Cricket has certainly been competitive.
A much better over by Joseph, I think. But again, there's no need for the batsman to take any chance at this moment. It's 148 for 3. 21 runs needed. 5 overs to go. This Rogers is going to continue in his 3rd over.
So again, you see Rogers bowling pretty well so far. He did have a couple boundaries, 1-6.
Yeah, I was surprised that he was not called upon much earlier. After the bowling of Curt Murray did bowl, just went for 18 in his 4 overs. But really, the faster bowlers really would have suffered quite a bit. Curt Murray didn't go too well again. I was happy to see him bowling from this southern end.
Yeah, I think this is where the trick was missed by the power hitters. You recognize that your 2 frontline spinners in Rogers and Murray. So at the end of Murray's inning, that would have been an opportune time to get Rogers in, just to help to keep the scoring rate down a bit.
Yeah, that's what's necessary. As you do that, you know, you create pressure. So you force the batsman to take chances. But there was really nothing like that. So I think when they sit back after the game, you have to probably look at the strategy, what they use, you know.
Yeah, good strategy coming in here. Is it too little, too late? But you plug that mid-wicket so that free single that they were getting. This Forsyth just deciding he's going to go over the top. He's not looking for the single anymore because they've plugged the mid-wicket gap. And so he decides to go straight, bringing up another boundary to the upsetters. Really has played well, Forsyth. Goes again. I think this time he should have gone better. 6. Straight as a die.
Yeah, good shot again. Ball given a lot of air. And the good thing about he's hitting straight. And this one went straight back over the bowler's head.
Really good, mature innings.
Yeah, he really has played a masterful inning. He's 61 for 3. Just one delivery to complete the 16th over. And another single. Already has been good inning. 16 overs completed, 162 for 3. Cyprian Forsyth 64. Javed Hazard on 51. So he would have really taken over Hazard, who would have started really like a train, really quickly. But Forsyth would have played a masterful inning and really bring his team to victory. Still some 4 overs remaining.
Yeah, it's been a really good display. It's been a good display by the upsetters. They lost the early wickets, but they were able to just consolidate. And
yeah,
really,
they certainly played. The better game, all-around game. I thought that the bowling was better. I think the strategy being used, particularly with the spin, certainly made a huge difference. Such power hitters was not able to get off to the kind of score I think that they intended. Joseph, this one is stroke, going through the covers. They're going to run close, goes over the rope for another boundary. That takes them closer to victory. 166 for 3. Really just 3 runs from victory. Really has been a tremendous reply. good lifting delivery there. And the batsman really had to pull his head back. Hazard. Just 3 runs needed for victory.
A canter in the park. This has been a very good knock by these two. Hazard started off so very quickly, got 55, but Cyprian Forsyth really came into his own rifle and played some delightful shots, really batted well.
Yeah, he played some beautiful shots, and he started a bit slowly, but he really picked up and really took the fight to the bowlers. And got a very good 50. 167. And probably would be fitting for him to score the winning runs. Played a good inning.
Yeah, I like how they went about doing this. And their approach has been aggressive, running between the wickets, looking for ones and twos, and turning ones into twos on some occasions. And so the aggressive approach and the positivity really have been showcased today. Well done, upsetters. I've seen Forsyth batted already, but this is one of his finest knocks.
Yeah, I think so. I agree with you. This is probably one of the better knocks seniors played. Nothing rash about it, but playing proper cricket shots.
Well. Beautiful shot. Rocked on the back foot and lifted that over mid-wicket, and that's gone all the way. And what a fine shot, fine knock of 70 by Cyprian Forsyth. 173 for 3. And so they've won this game with a rather consistent run rate, 10.18. And upsetters may not be correct to say they have upsetted power hitters, but they've certainly played their role very well here. And great knocks from Forsyth, not out 70. Hazard, not out 56. 173 for 3, 173 for 3. And in fact, they still had some 18 deliveries remaining.
Yeah, tremendous win. I think that they really fought hard and really had come through with a quite convincing victory. Yeah, it has been a convincing victory. I think that they played well. I thought that the strategy that they used throughout the game was much better than I think what we saw from power hitters. I was making a point earlier on in terms of the fact that we didn't see much spin from power hitters. Yeah, they probably didn't have the quality or the amount of spin bowling. But certainly in terms of the tactics that they use, I think really could have been better. But we have seen a good finals. One expected it to be a lot closer. But credit to upsetters. They were taking the fight to power hitters and came out deservedly winners of the tournament. And really, I think it's all congratulations and credit to the management team of the upsetters team, who would have fought and really tried to put everything in order to make sure that they come with victors on top. And power hitters, well, probably just need to relook in terms of some of the decision making, and in terms of their bowling, and probably even in terms of their batting. A couple of the players got started and wasn't able to get on, to go on. But again, we had a good game here today. All credit to the ground staff who prepared a good pitch so that we were able to have these 2 matches completed. What we have found today is the team batting second just seemed to have had the advantage. Team bat second would have won the games and won them very easily. So it probably says something in terms of the time, the decision you make to either bat first or to bowl first. So again, here from the Progress Park playing field, we have concluded the finals of the NLA Grenada Cricket Association T20 tournament, which probably was on for the last 2 months. I thought it was a successful tournament despite the challenges. We have been able to conclude today with the third place playoff and also the finals. And certainly, commendation to the organizers who would have worked to make this a reality. And one has to thank the officials and all who has been involved in this T20 tournament to make it a sort of success it has been.
So upsetters 173 for 3, with Forsyth not out 70, Hazard not out 56. A partnership of 110 in the end, a scoring rate of 10.15. Wonderful performance indeed, and they have really defeated the power hitters. Well, just to quickly go through the scorecard, Jeremiah was run out for 10. Kem Charles was caught, Celestine Bowl, Murray for 4. Bartholomew was caught, Regis Bowl, Charles for 18. And as we said, Hazard not out 56 and Forsyth not out 70. Curtin Mason had 1 for 29 of 4. That's Kurt Murray. Curtin Murray had none for 43 of 3, rather expensive. Charles, 1 for 20 of 2. Sheldon Joseph had 1 for 25 of 2. So by and large, it was a wonderful performance by upsetters. They've done very well indeed, and they've run away champion in this tournament, and they will in fact be collecting $10,000 for a job well done and winning the tournament. I'm sure they're very happy and proud about this. So all in all, it was a pretty good tournament, and of course prizes will be awarded to specific individuals and teams, as the case may be. And it was indeed a well-fought match here in the end between these two teams. So hats off to the two outstanding players for upsetters in, of course, Hazard and Forsyth, who really batted very well indeed. Of course, the T10 tournament is going to start on Monday, God's willing, so we want you to come and be part of it, and that's going to be at Lassages. We're going to have 2 matches a day. One will start at 12 and the other is going to start at 2:30. So we want to invite the public to be there and come out and support your favorite teams. We'll have 2 matches per day. Well, it was an absolute pleasure bringing you the broadcast, and we hope that you got it loud and clear. And again, upsetters winning this tournament, and power hitters, of course, taking up second place, so to speak. But it was a great privilege and honor to bring you the coverage. So on behalf of fellow commentators and, of course, our technical personalities here, until next time, have a good evening.
vibes ain't cost in a minute, so don't hold me down. No fight me no more.
Only vibes, only fun in the party. Pick up you and your friend, everyone. Bingo, the party done ram. Music created, make the people dance. Trinidad and Tobago we from. Feel the vibes in the place, now I drum. Bottles never run out when we jump out. In need for the speed, so the thugs out. Girl from all over.
all the teams that have been in action, we want you to be out here. Ernie? So again, we're just asking for the teams just to the field. So we're looking for idlers B, police, upsetters, and power hitters. We're asking everyone just to come onto the field. We want to have the closing ceremony completed. So we're calling for the power hitters. We're calling for the idlers B, police. Again, we're just calling and asking the guys to come close. We want to have the presentation completed. All right, so we're going to begin this afternoon's ceremony. And let me start by, first of all, thanking everyone for being a part of this year's NLA GCA T20 tournament. We are going to begin with just a few brief remarks, and I'm going to invite the President of the Grenada Cricket Association, Mr. Norman Gilbert, to make some remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me just say that this is not about a long speech today, but I just want to offer my congratulations to the victorious team of setters for being crowned champions of the NLA GCA T20 Championship. Of course, we also want to say a special thank you to the runners-up and for the third place winners who would have played earlier today. The GCA is very happy that we were able to have the support of the National Lottery Authority for this year's championship. We are very thankful for the assistance of Flo, as well as the Grenada Bottling Company, Latouche Interior, and we are very thankful again for the support of the match officials, the organizers, scores, umpires, ground staff, who would have supported to execute a very wonderful tournament despite the many challenges. I want to say a special thank you to the organizing and planning committee, led by Mr. Batiste, who is not here with us today, Mr. Crony and other members of the team, to the St. Andrews Cricket Council, led by President Junior Thomas, for the support for executive members and the support that they would have provided. The intention was to get cricket returned to the GCA in terms of competitive cricket, and we are very happy that this tournament would have done so. We closed the GCA-NLA T20 today, and we move straight into the Dream 11 T10 Championships, which starts on Monday at La Sagesse. So once again, on behalf of the Grenada Cricket Association, I'm very thankful for the support of all who would have made this tournament possible. And once again, would like to offer sincere congratulations to the winners, upsetters.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Gilbert. At this time, I want to call Mr. Milker George, representative from the NLA, to address you now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Now, it is the responsibility of the NLA to support the development of sports and culture in Grenada. And it was a pleasure in 2015 when the Grenada Cricket Association approached the NLA to support this tournament, this T20 tournament. Due to COVID, we had a small break, and we resumed this year. And I have to say that I am pleased with, the NLA is pleased with everything about the tournament. The format, we could use a few more teams, but the tournament, it went on well, despite a few interruptions, and it climaxed today with 2 great games. I was pleased to see that all teams batted for the full 20 overs, and I'd like to congratulate the winner of the 3rd place game and also the overall champions, upsetters. Now, it is the intention of the NLA to continue to support the development of cricket and all sports in Grenada. As it stands, cricket right now worldwide is very diverse, very exciting. Players can move from country to country, league to league. And given the Grenadian spirit, I think more of our players need to be out there. This is a platform for this development, and the NLA will support the GCA in the direction that it's currently taking this platform. Thank you all for being here. Thank the players for playing. And I'd like to admonish players to show more of that fighting spirit for the next tournament, so that it will be better than this tournament. And let's encourage our friends, our families, our neighbors to come out, support the game, support the teams. Let's build an atmosphere. Let's turn Grenada into a cricket venue, a venue where any pitch on which you go, you find exciting and spectacular cricket. And you would have players from other countries wanting to come to Grenada, even if it's just to see the level of cricket we have here. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. George. And so we're going to go straight into the prize-giving ceremony. And I want to call Mr. Ryan Boyd. He will come and assist in the presentation of the following awards. We're going to speak to the captain. We're going to speak to the man of the match. And so I want to invite the man of the match for the finals. And I think everyone knows you are here. It goes to Cyprian Forsyth. And Cyprian scored 70 from 40 deliveries, 3 fours, and 6 sixes. All right, Cyprian, don't leave yet. You can rest it down. Let's have a quick chat. 70 from 40 deliveries. You really were seeing that ball today?
Yeah, I back myself. I'm a player. I really like the big moments. If you look back at Upset's history, in finals is one time that I always come up. And I was looking forward to the game today, and I'm happy that I was able to get the team over the line.
All right, you seem to be in a very aggressive mood. 70 from 40, 5 sixes, or 6 sixes rather. It means that you really brought the power hitting, took it away from the power hitters.
Well, I'm not necessarily aggressive and going after the bowling, but just playing what I see and backing myself, believing in myself that yes, once it's there, that go after it and I will get the result.
All right, well said. Will you be a part of the T10?
No, I'm not part of the T10 this year.
Well, T10 is going to miss you in that form. Congratulations to you. Well played. We also going to have a presentation by Mr. Boyd again. And we want to present the person scoring the most runs in this year's tournament. And that person is none other than Shondell Regis. He had keen competition from Anil Matthew, who scored 261, Jarrell Jeremiah 255, and so Regis, he scored 267 runs in this year's tournament, an average of 66.75 with a high score of 74. All right, don't run off, Shondell, don't run off. Quickly. Commiseration, things didn't really go the way you planned. First of all, you didn't get to that 180. Your thoughts on your team's performance today?
Well, we have a lot to take out of this game. I think the boys did that the best. I still think we could have put probably 190 on the board. At the point when I was batting, I think we started off going after the ball a little too late. At the end, I just want to tell the boys, hard luck, move on to the next tournament.
All right. Again, we saw that the spin played an integral part. I know I questioned you on that. I didn't see you bowl. I saw Rogers come in pretty late. Cut did a good job. Your thoughts on your spinners?
Well, today, I don't know. I think we just read the wicket wrong. We bowl a lot of pacers. Didn't work out for us. I think that's the only mistake we made in the field.
All right, hard luck. Next time, you're going to be a part of the T10, so we wish you best of luck. We're going to move on to presentation for the most wickets. and the MVP of this year's tournament. I want to invite Mr. Rifer Crony to come and assist with these presentations. And I know that the competition this year has been really a keen one. And so we have a situation where we have 3 persons tied on the most wickets. And so I want to call these 3 persons to come and to receive their prize. Amikel Dubisset, he had 11 wickets. Cut Murray, he also had 11 wickets. And Cutson Murray with 11 wickets. So we had 3 persons. What we will do is that the others, 1 person will receive the trophy and we'll have to replace, get 2 others for the 3. Yeah, don't go. And then 3 others. And so we want to present the MVP of the tournament. And the MVP of the tournament goes to Cut Murray. So Cut Murray, all-round performance. His batting average, 29.63. Bowling average, 43.87. And so he scored a total of 75.5 points. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Crony. We're going to go into the position awards. And so to present the 3rd and 4th place award, I want to invite Ms. Lydia Edgar to come and assist in these presentations. All right, so we're going to present the vouchers, and the teams will collect their check at the GCA office. So what you have here is a voucher. You will collect your check at the GCA office. So 4th position, we want to invite a member of the Royal Grenada Police Force cricket team to come and to receive the award for 4th position in this year's tournament. Congratulations. We also want to call the 3rd place team to come and receive their voucher. And we want a representative from Idlers B to come and to collect their award. Thank you very much, Ms. Edgar. And I'm going to call our president, Mr. Norman Gilbert, to assist us in presenting the voucher to the 2nd place team. And so I'm on the captain of the Power Hitters. The Regis is going to come. And I want Mr. George back again, and he's going to present the trophy. We have a trophy to be presented to the winners. They're going to receive their medals, and they're going to receive their check and voucher, winning the grand prize of 10,000 big ones. Captain of the Upsetters Cricket Club. So, Mr. Charles. All right, so I'm here with Kem Charles, the captain of the Upsetters Cricket Club. Kem, coming into this game, a big game, you knew the opponents pretty well. Your plan was to bowl the spin, keep them as limited as possible. Do you think that plan really worked?
I wouldn't say we had a plan to bowl spinners to them. I think we have been bowling really well as a team. So, yeah.
All right, so a total of 160. You will always back yourself to get a total.
Yes, I mean, myself and Gerald has been scoring most of the runs, and we knew that Goofy and Cyprian would come up in the final, so I commend them.
All right, so you lost a few early wickets. Did you, at any time, did you feel that you were under any pressure?
After the 2 wickets, we always wanted to stay positive and keep going at them in the power play because you always believe that the power play sets up the game.
All right, so well done. I mean, I know you must be happy. Your team must be happy. You have won this year's tournament. What does it mean to you?
I mean, the players feel really good. I mean, especially Javed Hazard. He has been talking about that 10K all week, so I know he's going to enjoy himself.
All right, well done. Congratulations. Do enjoy your winnings. Thank you very much, Skem. All right, so we want the team to come close. Also, I want to ask Cyprian to come again. He has to receive his check. So inviting everybody to just come, all the members of the Upsetters team, come and have your photos taken. The tournament would not be what it is. We want to say thank you to the supporters. Special thank you to the Ministry of Sports for providing the facilities. Again, we want to say thank you to the hardworking ground staff who work to ensure that the both venues, Progress Park and La Sagesse, were ready for cricket. I think they did a really good job. Again, we must thank the GCA staff members. We must thank the umpires, match referees, and everyone who, in some way, made this competition a success. So on behalf of the Grenada Cricket Association, we say thank you, thank you, thank you.